Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This police unit is trying to box him in, but instead he just crashes into the tree, and away he goes. But let me widen out. I don't know how far this will take him. Yeah, he's basically cornered. Wow, look at this. Off the road and onto the freeway. Oh my gosh, so he is on the freeway, going wrong side of the road here on the 91 freeway, going eastbound in the westbound lane. This car is smoking. I pray to God that the vehicles that are coming in his direction see this car coming at them and they're able to stop before we see a collision.
Good morning, good Friday morning. I like playing the audio from one of the most exciting police chases we ever watched. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I owe everyone an apology. I think I broke it. I think I broke YouTube. It must be the points thing. I don't know what happened. Everyone's names are broken, and I don't know. It must have been me. I think it was me. Here's what I'll say. Yeah, there's a lawsuit. Let's turn this down just a tiny bit. Don't go changing your name. I think we can fix it. Some of you don't. I think it's only people who have customized names. Like you've got your YouTube name and then you've changed your name to be something else. I think you're the ones that are having the problems. Kelly H. Oh no. Kelly H, who gifted a membership. Let me see if I can show this here. Just the very beginning. As expected, first thing in the morning, Kelly work-QQ1YR doesn't quite roll off the tongue, does it, Kelly? Gifted a membership this morning. Thank you, Kelly H, for that. I know it's you, but the name has changed. Sounds like a bot, says Greeners. Yeah, Kelly. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Alyssa, welcome. It's so exciting to have you first thing in the morning. Say hi in chat. It was all quiet this morning. I opened up chat. I was enjoying the piece, and then this came across. And ever since you said hi, this has happened. I'm not saying it's your fault, Alyssa, but I'm just thinking you probably need to fix it. So congratulations. You are, in fact, the internet winner by being first in chat. That gave you points. I think you got 100 points for that, Alyssa. Fingers crossed. I'm not sure if it worked because there was a first message that was retracted. They might have got the points and then ducked the duty. We'll see. Things went way downhill really fast. But Alyssa, I'm so excited. This goes on your permanent record, by the way. Make sure you head over to the shopping page on the YouTube, assuming it's working, head over to the shopping page and scroll around. You can find, if you look hard enough, a downloadable certificate of internet ownership, which you now are eligible to pay for. It's a fine of 50 cents to pay for, and then you can download the blank form, which needs to be filled out with your name. It's already pre-signed by yours truly and my boss, Mrs. R.A., suitable for framing or use as a cover sheet on your CV. So, and fix the internet while you're at it, if you could do that. Thanks for noticing me. He says, I'm sure you can be the first to notify YouTube if you call your rep. Okay. It's funny. I wish I could just call my rep. I am so far from call your rep status with YouTube. Here's what I can do. I can email like a holding email folder, which my rep sometimes accesses. And if he accesses it and reads it, then he will email back to me a Google Calendar appointment selector, which I can choose a date sometime in the next, usually 2 to 3 weeks out, where I will be available to talk to him for half an hour if I show up on time. That's where I am on the call your rep status. It's not. It's not very good. And then they cancel. So, and when I do get the half-hour appointment, they're like, all right, let me tell you how you can make us more money. First of all, show ads during your live streams. You should consider gambling ads and drinking ads and, all the other Vice ads because they really do well. I'm like, have you heard of the name of my channel? It's called Recovery Addict. And you want me to advertise addictions to everybody? No. Yeah. So the meeting every single time, and because YouTube doesn't want to get one person too attached to a certain individual, at least every couple months they rotate my rep. So I get a new person who's like, I've got news for you. Listen, Mr. Recovery Addict, Mr. Recovery Addict. I've got some ideas for you. First of all, you can put ads all over in your live streams, and we can generate. We think that we will that you will generate 20% more revenue if you do that. I'm like, do I have every time? Do you not read the notes from the last guy? I'm sorry, I'm just complaining because they broke names overnight. Don't tell us how to advertise. Although I did, one more way I might have caused this, I did opt in to a feature where brands now, instead of just like throwing like, somebody please advertise us, emails out to the world, they can now say, we're looking to advertise for people in this demographic. And now they can see my general demographic data for my channel. I know we might get a brand deal. I'm hoping it's Deer Park Water. But anyway, let's see. Tishamingo Lingo. I'm not going to remember any of you. You've all changed your names. Who broke things? I did. It's my fault, apparently. It's my fault. If only I would put ads on the live stream, I'm sure it would fix everything. All right. Where do we go today? I don't know what time we're starting this morning. I'm keeping an eye on things. I don't know where we're starting this morning, but we have a few things to talk about. After we do, of course, the birthdays. Let's get the lights going. Can't have a birthday party without lights. Bite Me, good morning. Bite Me 3298, good morning. Good to have you here. Is this your stream exclusive or is it YouTube across the board? Hopefully it's broken for everyone. If it's just broken for me, I would feel terrible. This is funny. It's now my handle, not channel name, which is how it looks on live comments. So Scott's RS. That's crazy. I hope it doesn't mess up the point system. I hope it's not the point system that messed it up. I don't think it is, because points is done like it accesses YouTube and reads information from it. It doesn't actually change anything. I feel violated. Change my name. John, I'm sorry. Some of you have gone back to the name I knew before, which is sort of fun to see if an old familiar. Look, Crafter Shells is here. Wonderful. Good to have you, Crafter Shells. Josh is bragging because he has the highest number of 6693. Josh. Kim Franken, 9239. I don't know why our names are different. We'd have a poll up right now that I'd like everyone to participate in. It's very important for today. It says it's the following: how drunk was the technician that implemented the new YouTube name feature? And your options are 0.07, barely legal; 0.125, can't complete a sentence; 0.180, legs don't work; or 0.250, super drunk, which is currently in the lead with 48%. I'm sure there's a rollback here at some point, but it might not take effect until tomorrow. Names are broken. I don't know why, but I'll leave the poll up. It sort of lets people know why they're showing up different. No, you're not drunk. It's YouTube. Okay, just know that. It's all of YouTube. I made this account as a teenager, and the name shows Music to the Soul for Life. There you go. I think the points is messed up. I should have more than 125 points. Amanda, I agree. I might have to reset it's on everyone's channels. Good, then I don't feel so bad. Maybe I didn't break it after all. What's my name? Di. Your name's Di. Out and about with Di. Tammy says, I'm grayed out and no one listens to me. I feel your pain. I feel your pain. As a matter of fact, when I logged in to the live stream on this computer that sees text, I got a big pop-up ad from YouTube this morning suggesting I should become a member on the channel, and it advertised that I get all sorts of cool perks. I said no, I'm not interested. It's not really in my genre, you know. All right. Just went on another live in chat, and it says Raina there. I don't know. Names are broken today. Mama Bear, good to have you back. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I think it's because Weather Watch ate those jelly beans last night. And if you don't know what jelly beans I'm talking about, you missed the podcast. Weather Watch. I was going to expect him to have 1, 2, maybe 3 of these bamboozled beans, the Harry Potter Jelly Belly beans. And Lois is doing a quick check on can points be bought. How many did you have before? I think it should go up. It should be point. I think there are points for Super Chats if they work. But now that everyone's name's changed, I don't know if... Oh my goodness. The name change might have... Didn't change. Stayed at 125. I don't know. I don't know what's happening with the names. Okay. Who am I? Everyone's having an identity crisis. Auntie Deb's channel had them messed up there as well. Man. I show we've got now 1,085 people with points instead of like 776. We have a lot more people with points now. But I don't know if it's working. Let's do the birthday things this morning, see if that fixes YouTube. If we just go about everything as if nothing was broken. But we do have some time. I'm telling you, we might be able to read the new Brian Kohberger ruling that just came out. If we've got a lot of time. We'll see. I don't know when court starts today. So let's see. Looking at the birthday list, it looks like we have Jen Pookie, Kathy, Com Tien Girl, Sweet Tat, Just a Girl Baking, Shy Flamingo, Blake, Maya, Bella, and Warren. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's usually my limit in one verse. 7, 8, 9, 10. So if we break it at Just a Girl Baking, yeah, I'm thinking we do this in verse 1, and then for verse 2 we'll do the rest. If you're doing points, make sure you put the exclamation point first. Is this witness protection? I don't know what it is. It might be like a cyber hack or something from China. My birthday is Monday and my first day of retirement. Oh, Funkarella 5. That is awesome. Can't wait to hear R.A. sing happy birthday to my almost birthday buddies. Okay, that is awesome. First day of retirement on Monday. That deserves a special celebration, I'm sure. All right. Checking my name, testing. We're going to get this figured out. Only channel I'm seeing this name issue on. When did this happen? Just today, Judy. I don't know why. We'll try some fixes here in a little bit. Oh, let's see. Rianne K says late today. My birthday. It's my birthday today as well. Today's my birthday as well. So, Josh, if you can add Rianne K to the list. I'm pretty sure she doesn't want us to sing the 523 part. I think that was YouTube just being generous and adding on. So let's get one more. See if there's anything else. YouTube is tubing. Yes, very much. Everyone's points is 125.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Weren't points just made up? They were. Okay, we've got... What's the points thing? We'll talk about that in a minute. Let's do the birthday list. If you can add Rianne K to this list. Oh, actually, I might be able to. Watch this. It gets messy, but watch. Copy. Paste. And then go up here and say... Here's Rianne K, and I just take her name. Copy. There's probably an easier way that involves a keyboard and me actually typing, but I'm not going to do that today. Bingo. Never mind, Josh. I got it. Oh, I did the buffer sound myself as well. That's good. All right. So Jen Pookie, Kathy, Tien Girl. Is it Tennessee Girl? Tennessee Girl? I don't know how to say that. Sweet Tat, Just a Girl Baking, Shy Flamingo, Blake, Maya, Bella, Ryan K, and Warren. So we're gonna sing, because we're doing 2 verses. We're gonna sing these ones first. So here's how it goes. Everybody, and I mean everybody, no matter what your name is today. I need everyone to participate here. Everyone stand up where you are, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Hey, we're all in tune. Colorado Mountain Girl. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jen Pookie, Kathy, Colorado Mountain Girl, Sweet Tat, Just a Girl Baking. Happy birthday to you. Next verse we have Shy Flamingo, Blake, Mia, is it Maya? It's Maya. Bella, Ryan K, and Warren. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Shy Flamingo, Blake, Maya, Bella, Ryan K, and Warren. Happy birthday to you. There we go. It was a little rough. We had a lot of names, but Jen Pookie, Kathy, Colorado Mountain Girl, Sweet Tat, Just a Girl Baking, Shy Flamingo, Blake, Maya, Bella, Ryan K, and Warren. Today is your special day. I realize there are many wonderful days. Today is your very special day. It's your birthday. And I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. It brings us so much joy. Hopefully we can turn some of that joy back to you and make your day a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Bob Evans, Andy's Grill, and one other place. Dang it. There's one other place, and if they have pancakes, just take them. Take a stack. On me. If they have a problem, have them call the burner phone. Leave a message, and I'll get back to them. Happy birthday, Recovery Granny. Warren is my hubby. Happy birthday to your hubby, Warren. That's absolutely wonderful. Thanks for letting Recovery Granny stay and hang out with us. Oh, today is brought to you by all the numbers. Very, very much so. Thanks for noticing me. Re-downloaded X just to complain to YouTube. Say fix it. All right, we've got a drum solo to finish this up. Everyone help me off here. Here we go. Beautiful. Wait. Add Mr. Red to the list. Red Pen, is it Mr. Red's birthday? Oh, sheet. My hub's birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday to you. One more time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Red Pen's husband. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Red. Happy birthday. I'm sorry. She didn't forget. She was so busy preparing the big surprise that she has for you that she didn't have time to cover this small thing, this little bit. But the surprise is going to be epic. She's really put a lot of work into it, and quite frankly, a lot of money. So hopefully, you like it, because she thinks this will be your best birthday ever tomorrow. And it's just like, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's like surprise after surprise after surprise. It's like an all-day thing. She's really put in a ton of work. So please disregard this slight mix-up on me mixing up, not getting your words and your name in the song. So, all right, you are mean. Yes. I'm terrible. That's because I know Red. I can do that. It's all right. There's still fun to be had, Greeners. There is. Greeners 8675309. I see your name there. I see your name. It's wonderful. Don't count on the sheet coming out of it's. Sheet is okay. Sheet is what you put on the bed. Like, oh, sheet. It's like saying, oh, towel, oh, blanket. Right, Red? Yeah. Happy birthday, Mr. Ed, by the way. It's going to be a great birthday here. So hit me up on the burner phone if there's any problems with that. All right. I wonder what our Namad Amber's new name is. Oh, if it reverts back to her original name, this could be funny. She's not here yet. Don't tell her. Don't tell her. Maybe she's scared to chat because of that very reason, because I'm pretty sure it's got like a bad A in it, like bad A something is part of her name. Baby Shark A says, my name is not fun. It's going to be Shark A always for me. New mod, who dis, right? I immediately thought of an Excel sheet. You can tell what world I live in. Yeah, fix the formula. Fix the formula. What's up with YouTube? I don't know. Everyone's names reverted back to a computerized, version of what it used to be. What did I miss? Well, look at your name for starters. 6434. YouTube has renamed everybody just to make it confusing. Probably to mess with the point system, because I think now all of y'all have new point totals, or none of your points are adding up. I should just reset everybody right now. I just won't. Across the board, blanket. Everyone gets a 0. And then we start over and see if it works. But then, I don't know. Just went in and changed mine to take the weird stuff out. Well, probably it's going to change back now. That's what's going to happen. Raina, thank you very much. I'm sorry that F123, which I know is the Canadian flag, is now part of your name today. But Raina, F123, thank you very much. Gifted 10 memberships to kick things off as well as Kelly. Kelly with all the numbers as well. Thank you very much. Lady Lara Croft, Fractured, Kevin H. Bacon. Good names here. Wow, you hit some OGs. You hit a bunch of OGs. That is awesome. Great aim. Great aim, Raina. That is awesome. New names. I've renamed everybody. I've given everybody a different name to go by so we can tell each other apart. Test 1, 2. Mimi period D1. I love the name. So creative. Really makes you think, what does this mean? I want my flag back, says Rita. What's my name? I don't know who you really are. I only know a ginger snaps out of it is what you're known as right now. I don't recognize all the pictures. I will tell you this. If you fix your name too many times, you get stuck with whatever you're left with. And then you're stuck for like 2 weeks. And sometimes we've had people stuck with a lot of things. This is a YouTube thing, the names. As you can see from the poll we have going right now, how drunk was the technician that implemented the new YouTube name feature? Super Drunk is currently winning with 46% of the vote. It was the largest name reassignment ever. You've forgotten what your handles are, but they were always there. Yeah, this was apparently this is what you were when you joined, and you're like, when you join YouTube and you log in and you're like, they say, think of a creative name. What would you like? And you type it in, and YouTube has the same response for everybody. It's like, that name's not available. That's already taken. But these ones are available, and it comes up with the version you see right now. But Connie Heger 3048, that's available now. No. And you said sure. And thinking you would just change it to something else and no one would ever see this, but now we see it. Oh, all right. I think points are going to be fixed in a little bit. The problem with everybody's new names, I think it's everyone gets new points. I crocheted yesterday. I made a pot holder, and my wrist was okay. Woohoo! That's awesome. That's awesome. The only thing I can make when I crochet is a very long rope. All right. We have some time. Oh, Sloth Life. What a hero Sloth Life is. Just saw the text message where she gave all the timestamps for the videos. What's Mrs. R.A.'s real... Oh, that's a great idea. Let me ask. Let me see if I can get her to log on. I think she's either exercising or in the shower, which either one she's probably not going to log on during. New name, who dis? Now Now you guys know how Chloe feels. Just saying. Yep, Critter knows. Hey, can you have Mom log in as Mrs. RA and say something in chat? I just want to see what her name looks like. I bet it's Mrs. R. I think she actually created that account specifically. Like, she's never changed her name. So I don't think it would be different. Jan! This is me. Jan! That's my wife's name. I bet Mrs. Ari was Manson is whack 666. Yeah, that was a different account. She doesn't use that one as much anymore. Either we've been rehomed or part of the witness protection program. Probably a little of both. We've got a little bit of time before court starts. Let me tell you what I want to do. I realize this is a different case, but it's one that's coming up here in August 11th, and it's Brian Kohberger. Let's see. 6 documents. Wow, let's see. Let me see which one we want to read first. We've got a redacted order on defendant's offer of proof regarding alternate perpetrators. That's saying somebody else did it, the third-party culprit. We've got a redacted memorandum decision and order on defendant's motion to continue. This is an important one because that's a scheduling one. We have a amended scheduling order. I was really nervous there for a second. Oh, Samantha, thank you very much for helping me catch that. I've been so busy with the names, I didn't see what's happened. Let's see. We had Kelly work first thing in the morning. Kelly H, thank you very much. Amanda H sent 5 memberships as well. Amanda, thank you. Thank you. Lois Cox checked the points can be bought. Apparently they can't today. I apologize, Lois. We're trying to get this fixed. Baby Shark, member for 18 months. 18 months, well, at least the name change fits a little. It's all right. Miss Groovy, 51, member for 26 months. Congrats, birthday people. Old names only day. Kelly, once again, comes in with a super chat as well. Thank you very much, Kelly. It was a super sticker. I love it. You can't see it on the screen. Well, now you can. There you go. Greener says there's still fun to be had. Thank you very much. There definitely is. And Amanda H., one more time, you missed my membership gift. I just went back and got it. Thank you very much. 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Amanda. Appreciate that. You guys are amazing. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll because we're pretty much sure that YouTube is drunk today.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Let's see. Let's just close this one out. Can anyone confirm AJ is on Luigi Maggioni's team?
What more do you need to see?
Is that a thing? Is he actually on that case? I think that's got to be just a rumor. Luigi, he's the guy that shot somebody in New York, right? Is that the guy? The businessman in New York? I don't think so. It doesn't. I saw him on a TMZ talking about the case. Yes. I think it's a rumor. Sarah, I'd be surprised if he took that case, first of all. Look at this case. He was 100% convinced of the defendant's innocence.
You look good.
And this other one is like this is the ring footage we didn't have in the Karen Reed trial, right? But it's showing guilt. I don't think he's going to try to hang his hat on this one. I don't think. There's no way. I just can't see him doing that. Sherry and Max 624 member for 8 months says I'm boring. Same old name with a few numbers. It's all good. It's all good. AZDCS Oversight Group 3512, as opposed to the other 3,511 ACDCS Oversight Groups. Welcome. Member for 20 months. Thank you for your support. Kelly, checking the points. Kelly, if it works, let me know. That's so far it's not been working. I think it's because of the name change.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
See, because now we're up to like 1,270 people on the point system. I think it's got double entries for everybody. What do the points do? Absolutely nothing, Melissa. Although you get a couple taken away for jelly bean issues. So we're nervous about next week. Weebug, welcome to the gallery. New member. Thank you. Not new member, but you've got the Orange Courthouse. Thank you very much, Weebug. Good to have you here. Thank you. Thank you for your support as well. It would not be the same without you here.
I'm not going to argue about semantics.
A couple
here.
other people with some membership anniversaries. PJM2820. I'm sorry for the name. Member for 14 months as RA. Check out Duty Ron for a totally different interview with Alessi and Yannetti. They took a deep dive into the trial. Very interesting. Love you. Oh, wow. They've been sort of shying away from a lot of things about the trial, but if you come at the right angle, I'm sure there's some questions they'd be able to answer. They just can't talk about the ones, client confidentiality stuff. Sinksy? Is it Sinksy? Member for 16 months? I don't know. Cynicsy. Let's do Cynicsy with a smiley face at the end. Welcome to the gallery, 16 months. Everyone's original names are just throwing me off completely. Kelly also coming in with a 5-month membership anniversary. Yeah, Sherry, I think you're right on this. AJ is not on Luigi's defense team. That's just a rumor that people want to see. They just want more AJ.
Kick back, taking it easy.
C. Merkerson, I would say that probably wait a day and it will fix it. That's my best guess. Wait a day and YouTube's going to fix this, and it might even get fixed before then. It wouldn't let me send a comment with my membership.
Bring the jury.
YouTube is so broken today.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Cody Height, member for 4 months, says it's Friday. We made it. Woohoo! We did, Cody. Thank you very much. Love the logo, by the way, Cody. I have to check out your channel and watch some stuff.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to do that right now. Hang on. Hold, please. Hold, please. Why won't it let me go there? There we go. Oh, I have to do it on this computer. Go to channel.
I'll install it.
Cody, you've got Daytona racing stuff. You've got car racing.
Shame on you, sir.
That looks like fun. NASCAR, maybe? Let's see. IMSA, 24 Hours of Daytona.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Multi-class, NASCAR.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
I like watching racing, but I don't hate me for this, okay? But I do watch for the wrecks. I'm not alone. This is my chance to talk smack. But wait for it. Yes, you can. You can, but I might remember who you are. I love the Yannetti Alessi tour. They're doing great. They're fun to watch together outside of the court setting. So no matter who's interviewing them, it's fun to watch. If YouTube wants to change stuff, give me a pink courthouse early, okay? Says Laura Fry. I need a YouTube for Dummies manual. Tammy, you and me both. Alessi sleeps 2.5 hours and works for like all the other hours. Yeah, I don't know how he does that and looks so young. I've always heard if you don't get enough sleep, you look old, and I'm poster child for that one. But all right, the last 5 laps are the best when the wrecks happen in NASCAR. And the start is good too, but the end, the end is like, okay, so I ding up my car. So I, bump draft a little bit. So, so we scratch it up a little bit. Really, it's now or never, right? And they just go for it. Sam says 20% off select Lego sets through July. Chat not showing on screen. Sorry, I took it off because I was trying to access something else. Thank you, Josh, for the reminder. Okay. Let's go back. We were talking about Brian Kohberger a minute ago. All right, so there is a order. The court's prior scheduling order is amended as follows. Sealed proceedings with the court and counsel will take place on July 28th through August 1st. Those are sealed, meaning no media. Jury voir dire will commence on August 4th rather than July 30th and continue until a jury is seated. So that's going to be like as long as it takes. It is estimated that the trial will itself, beginning with opening statements, will continue on August 18th and will continue until completed. So 1 week out. They pushed it 1 week, but not because of anything that happened with the defendant's order, because he had a couple things. Let's see. Brian Kohberger, the state previously moved in limine, seeking to preclude the defendant from offering or arguing alternative perpetrator evidence without first satisfying the applicable evidentiary standards. You can't blame somebody else without first laying the proper foundations, basically similar to the Karen Reed trial. In accordance with the court's subsequent order on the motion, the defendant files his offers of proof and evidence of support, identifying 4 individuals as potential alternate perpetrators. The state objects to the presentation of this evidence at trial, arguing it fails to satisfy the standard under the law. Defendant conceded at oral argument that at this point his proffer is not sufficient to pursue an alternate perpetrator theory at the outset of the trial, but requests latitude in cross-examination of the state's witnesses to try to establish additional evidence to satisfy the standard during the trial. The court concludes that at this time the defense alternate perpetrator proffer is inadmissible and it is irrelevant and or excluded. However, this does not foreclose defendant from cross-examining law enforcement regarding the reasonableness of its investigation and its follow-up on plausible leads. This is identical to what Karen Reed went through in her trial. Trial courts have broad discretion in the admission of evidence at trial. A trial court acts within the bounds of its discretion when it correctly perceived the issue as one of discretion, acted within the outer boundaries of its discretion, and acted consistently with legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it, and reached its decision by the exercise of reason. So he's citing his reason for doing that. That's all good. Let me. Do you see this? You see this on my phone? Look for a minute. Look at this black. This is redacted. This is heavily redacted. A whole bunch is just in black on this one. The fact that these individuals lived within walking distance to the crime scene is not probative evidence, given that the perpetrator drove a vehicle to the crime scene. Further, none of these individuals drove a vehicle matching the description of the suspect killers. So he's named 4 people who live in the area that he thinks could have done it. And the defense wants to bring that up. Defendant has provided no probative, admissible, significant evidence of motive, ill feelings, means, presence at the scene, or any other connection to the crime that could possibly move the ball to the extent it supports an alternate perpetrator theory. At best, the defendant's offer of proof can give rise to only wild speculation that it is possible any one of these 4 individuals could have committed the crimes, which is inadequate under the law. So he's just spitballing, throwing things at the wall. It's like, well, this guy could have done it. Okay, so there's that one. Let's see which other ones we have. We've got the amended scheduling order. We've got a motion to seal. Motion to seal Exhibit W to defendant's 24th supplemental request for discovery. And he just wants everything sealed. That's going to happen. The judge has been sealing a lot of stuff. So the court has moved 1 day. Let me see if there's one more document. There's the 20-pager. Oh, this is a big one. There's one more document that comes in. This is from the court. This is the redacted memorandum and decision and order on defendant's motion to continue. And the motion continues when the defense says, we don't have enough time. We need a delay. I know the words sounds backwards, right? If you say, hey, let's continue, that means let's keep going. But actually it means let's wait. Let's continue the preparation and move the trial out. But they wanted to do that because of the just the sheer amount of work that needs to be done. Preparation, both penalty phase and preparation needs to be done. And let's see. the court finds a continuance is not warranted as defendant has not made a showing that there's good cause to continue the trial or that his substantial rights will be prejudiced by proceeding to trial as scheduled. Then the analysis of the law. Defendant has not demonstrated a continuance is warranted to review discovery. She said there's too many documents. We haven't even had time to go through them all. They're like, you've got time, do it. So that doesn't apply. Defendant has not established a continuance is necessary to conduct a more thorough life history investigation and identify necessary experts. And here's a part where all the black just starts. There's a lot. Despite having hired a mitigation team 2 years ago, defense counsel contends that recently discovered blank have raised red flags that the defendant may have blank. According to defendant's primary mitigation investigator, attorney blank, and her team of 4 have been diligent in their investigation into defendant's life history, but there have been blank. She believes that with time, she will be able to overcome these barriers by blank. It's just all blanked out. But they've got defendant's kindergarten through PhD education records, literally his entire education record, including coursework, interviews, and correspondence. Defendant's mental health and medical records, including blank, records related to a childhood car accident, defendant's employment records, mental health, education, and employment records of defendant's sisters, mental health records of defendant's parents, father's military records and social security records, court records from multiple generations of the Kohberger family on the paternal side, VA records and death certificates from maternal and paternal uncles, multiple interviews with defendant and each immediate family member, interviews of 2 of the defendant's 4th grade teachers. We're going back to 4th grade to find the cause here. Former boxing coach and psychologist who evaluated the defendant in 2005. Interviews with multiple members of defendant's extended family on maternal and paternal side. Maternal and paternal. Interviews with defendant's professor and advisor at DeSales University. Interviews of defendant's former coworker. Interviews of at least one family friend. And letters and jail calls between defendant and his family. So they've got a lot of stuff already. Despite such an extensive investigation, defendant claims additional investigation is warranted to identify blank and blank. However, defendant has not established that such investigation is constitutionally compelled, particularly given the extensive work already completed. Rather, the claimed need is based on unqualified speculation by blank. Defendant has not offered any declaration by any of his disclosed mitigation experts opining the same, nor has he pointed to anything in their expert reports that would support blank speculation. And then it just all gets, I mean, there's like a whole pages where there's only 3 or 4 words that are showing. So as you can tell from the judge's tone in this letter, court is going to continue, but it's going to be a week later. It gets 1 more week.
Call from
Eric from the...
To accept.
Hello, Derek. How are you doing? This is R.A.
Hey, brother. I am so sorry to bother you during your live.
That's all right. You are live. If you don't want to be live, let me know. I'll take you off the air.
Oh, well, no, I have no problem at all.
Okay.
But I woke up with the same thing that you got going on with your chat.
Uh-huh. The name?
With the at in front of everybody's name. And I've been going back and forth, and I've seen your poll that you had up, and I've been talking to YouTube support,
mm-hmm.
and they're saying that nobody's privacy is being violated.
even though it might reveal more than you intended, that's what you selected when you first set up your accounts, right?
I don't know. I don't know how they set their accounts up, but some of them use their real names.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And but this court dude is saying that it's a new thing that they're rolling out because JLR, I went and looked at his live chat, and his isn't like that. And because I thought it was just mine initially.
Let me ask you. I changed a setting on mine yesterday, where I enabled YouTube to analyze the demographics of my channel to better match me up with brand deals. That's the only setting I've changed. I didn't think it would change anything here. It shouldn't have changed anything here. I did that, and I also implemented a point system using LumiaStream, which is like an add-on, just for my sound effects and things, which shouldn't change anything in YouTube either, because it's not actually in YouTube. You don't even have to log into YouTube to run LumiaStream. So I don't know if it was connected somehow with that, because it's a new system, the matching people up with brand deals. But that whatever it was that you changed around, I don't even know where that's at. So I didn't do that. And the second thing that you named there, I've never even heard of. So that makes me feel better. It means it's not me. So I didn't bring
it's not you, and it made me feel much better knowing that it wasn't just me. But I hate it, RA.
It's terrible. You get to know subscribers and chatters by a certain name. Sorry about the sound effects. By a certain name, and now they're some different name. And people feel like their identity's gone too, because a lot of them, associate. We know them as a certain person, and now there's some other name up there, and they're like, "Who's this?" It's my good friend, but you don't know it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had to. I went live with this Ronnie Walker sentencing phase at 8:30 this morning, and shut it down because I thought, oh my God, I am,
something's broken.
Yeah, and I rebooted my computer 2 or 3 times, and that didn't fix it. And I tried to get with YouTube on Twitter. They haven't responded or didn't respond. I haven't looked. But so finally I went to the dashboard, and they said it's possibly, here's exactly how he said it. And I kind of checked him on it because he said, upon checking, there's no issue with the privacy of the viewers of the live stream when the handles are showing just name. This may be a new feature. If you don't like it or prefer the previous setup, you can submit a feedback instead. And so then they provided a link that takes you to a bunch of other shit that I didn't want this to begin with. So now I got to go try to unscrew it.
Yeah.
And I'm not tech savvy. I'm just not. I've been trying to set up Streamlabs for 2 months now.
It's frustrating. You being a fellow content creator, YouTube does this occasionally where they just make a change and announce, "Hey, for your betterment, we've now made it force commercials on people." And I'm like, "No, I don't want to do that." I wish I didn't. I wish they'd ask me first. But
yeah, this top fan thing. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah. On mine with the point system, I'm running that. That's something I'm doing on my side. But the fan and the badges, I think they're basically trying to follow, what is that, Twitch? They're sort of implementing a Twitch thing.
I've never been on Twitch in my life. I don't have an account. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. It's called Top Fan is what it's called, or Top Fans. Mm-hmm. And there's a crown, and basically what it does is it keeps points for whoever chats the most. Like right now I've got a bunch of people tied at 150 XP, and then a bunch of people tied at 75.
I'd actually like that, because I think it's a cleaner system than the point system that I've been testing yesterday and today. But I don't think my channel's been rolled out to my channel yet.
Brother, that is crazy that you don't have that, and I do. And I just ask them too.
Well, I do participate in a lot of the YouTube tests. There's like a crazy NDA, so I can't tell you everything, but they do a ton.
Right.
They do a ton of R&D and say we're proposing this change, or we've got this new feature, and I get to go in for a couple of weeks and play with it, and they'll activate it on my channel. So I know my channel's being handled a little bit differently that way, because they might have it set up for some of those that I'm still engaged in. But I'm sure it'll probably come soon enough, because I know YouTube sees what other content platforms have, and they think they're missing out. I mean, they saw what TikTok had, and they wanted shorts, and they see what Twitch has with some of the interactions with fans, and they're trying to implement that.
Mic check.
Mic check's working. Sorry.
All right, it's unmuted now, so.
All right.
No, you're fine.
All right. Anyway, the Docket, by the way, is the channel we're talking to. Thank you very much. It's good to have you here, and good luck. Good luck. Can I ask you, have you followed any of the Brian Kohberger document releases that came yesterday?
He had a couple documents come out.
I think there were like 6 of them, but
yeah, I mean, we basically knew from the hearing last week or the week before, whenever it was, the judge looked at him and basically told Ann Taylor that you need to be prepared to go to trial in August.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
and I think it moved the trial 1 week. It went from August 11th to August 18th as the expected start date. So really that's nothing.
There was supposed to be a pre-trial hearing on the 14th. They moved that. Now there's a new hearing on July the 2nd.
Okay.
For Stephen. This is for Stephen Stearns now. I'm sorry, I switched case.
Oh, you're good.
Stearns, and that also in Stearns, they filed a joint motion to continue, but they haven't put the actual document up yet. So, the only thing I can think of is, it's a joint motion. That's pretty obvious that they're both.
They're on the same page, so the judge has reason to basically go with it. It's usually the judge only steps in as a referee, right? If they can't work things out, the judge works in and makes a ruling. And when they're on the same page, it's like, as long as it's legal and they're on the same page, I can see the court might have a compelling interest to fit in a certain timeline because they have to move other things. But usually when they're on the same page, the judge signs off on it. Eric, thank you very much for the call. It's good talking to you. Hope YouTube gets their act together and fixes everything.
Yeah, I do. You don't happen to use Streamlabs, do you?
No, I use StreamYard, and I hate it. It's $90. StreamYard, just for group. Like if I'm doing interviews, we'll use StreamYard. But other than that, like you see my desk, I use hardware encoders. So I do all my own encoding on here without a computer and push it straight to the internet that way. So
Gotcha. Okay, my friend. Well, again, I apologize for interrupting your live.
It's good to talk to you. Appreciate it.
Okay, man. Take care now.
Yep, we'll see you, Eric. Bye. That's the Docket, by the way. If you didn't recognize the voice, Eric from the Docket, fellow creator here, content creator in the same world that we are, following true crime in support of transparency in the court system. Yeah, it's the same on a lot of channels. It's not just here, but it's not on every channel. And the reason that works, just trust me on this one. I've worked in the IT world for the federal government for a lot of years. You roll things out in stages. You generally don't just change everything at once. Some servers might be upgraded, and right now my channel's hosted on a server A. Server B might be upgraded tomorrow, and so another content creator's server might get the same feature tomorrow, or they might roll mine back. As court started, it has not. We're just waiting, waiting and watching is what we're doing right now. It will be starting here in just a few minutes, probably 15 is my guess. They like to get going just a little bit early. Let's see, we have... Wait for it. Trying to get all the pieces in place. Okay. All right. With that said, where are we at? Let's see. I don't like it this way. It'll be fixed. It'll be fixed soon enough. I'll complain right now, as a matter of fact. Let me jump on Twitter. It's funny that you have to go to a competitor's social media app to contact YouTube. Let's see, I need to say, please fix the viewer name issue where everyone shows up with @name123 type names. My subscribers hate it, and my community is revolting. How about that? Is revolting the right word? It's like mutiny, right? Going to initiate a class action lawsuit. Greeners et al. Via YouTube. I find it revolting. Does that work?
There's a lawsuit.
Rebelling. Rebelling is better, because revolting might mean like that I find you revolting. Rebelling. There we go.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Okay, I posted it. You can go ahead and maybe repost it or share it. But Recovery Addict 2 on Twitter is the profile if you want to find that. I just said at YouTube, please fix the viewer name issue where everyone in chat on my live stream shows up with @name123 type names instead of their chosen screen name. My subscribers hate it, and my community is rebelling. There you go. Rebelling, and it's a privacy concern. Rebelling, rejecting, rebuking, repelling, all the R words are happening. Meanwhile, we're getting ready to go to court. It's going to start here in just a short bit. A hot minute, I guess would be the proper term. This is going to be day 7, and possibility that the state rests today. Just saying, it could happen. I think we're very, very close to that occurring. Okay, switch that to there. Switch this to that. Okay, this one's pulled up. Good here. All right. Now we're cooking with fire. I think we're good. I think we're ready to go once court begins. Very strange happenings everywhere. Yes, it's a good thing it's Friday, right? How can we all write to YouTube to complain? Oh, honestly, Twitter is probably the best way to do it. Looks like it's one thing to like the post. Reposting it probably does the best, gets the most visibility, because then it shares it with all your audience as well, and they can share it as well. So thank you to those who repost. We've had about 9 or so of you repost that already, which is probably my most viral tweet ever. Sinbad says, I want you to know, RA, that @name123 joined March 2008. I just use it as an example. Oh, man. That's funny. All right. How long until YouTube fixes it? It's probably going to be, at least when I restart the live stream, it's probably going to be the soonest that a change can take effect. So we'll see if it fixes it at lunch. Miss McGuire, this is my biggest concern, is that our friends are all here and we don't know it. Can't recognize them because their names are different. What'll happen at 2:27, says Heather from Texas. I'm Gamgam23. How do I, forever grateful, how do I say this? Like, what's the proper pronunciation? If you can spell it out and write it in crayon so I can understand, that would be great. Mountain Law apparently didn't happen to you, but a lot of people are seeing their names. If they have a YouTube name and they've changed it to a preferred screen name, they're now showing up by their handles. And their handle is more of like a computerized version of their name. Sometimes it's their original name with some additional numbers. Make your handle the same as your name because mine hasn't changed. A lot of people don't want their original name. They might have signed up as this is my real government name, and they want to show up as you don't know me, and now they're showing up as this is my real government name 123. So. I recognize most of you. Just by the tone in your chat, I recognize a few of you. I did miss a super chat. I'm sorry, let me run back. Josh, thank you for reminding me. Getting caught up in this. Let's see, Critter, missing my dolphins. This is Kim R. Critter 16 is Kim R. Now we know. Missing my dolphins. Kim, thank you very much. Kelly is still trying to get this working. Thanks for the fist bump, Kelly. Appreciate your support. Let's see. Love it here. I creep most of the time. My name's Alexis, not at 220 AMC. Thank you very much, Alexis. Member of the jury as well. Thank you for your additional support of the channel. Your car's extended warranty member for 24 months. Hit the big 2-4. You got a new pink courthouse to go along with it. Congratulations. Woot, woot, OG. Thank you for your support. 2 years. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Would not have been the same without you here. All right, so we have court ready to begin in approximately 5 or 6 minutes. Where we left off yesterday, we had, was it Jack Snyder, the driver of the vehicle, who, oh my goodness, you guys are getting generous here. Josh just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Josh. And Donna Turner, as an apology for making Weather Watch eat all the nasty jelly beans last night on the podcast. You have to watch this. Donna in chat is like, oh, try this one. Of course, she looks sweet, sort of. But then you also see she looks sort of a little bit sinister. She had him try like the one that was flavored like earthworms and the vomit and boogers. I think those 3. You talk to him, and each time he's like, she wouldn't do that to me again, right? And each time, and she's laughing hysterically the whole time. You've got to watch that. Unfortunately, next week I will have the same test, and I promised Thomas that I would eat 1 for 1 the number of jelly beans he did. And that man does not know how to quit. 22 beans in, he's popping beans back. And, oh, man. My kids are so excited for this next podcast. They were laughing hysterically at Thomas, and now they're going to be laughing at me next week. So it's going to be great. Donna, it was fun to have you there. I'm just not going to trust you on Thursday. Let's see. Alexis, thank you very much. Sent 5 memberships as well. Thank you for your generosity. Let me go here and get audio turned on. There we go. We're good. Okay, audio's ready. So as soon as court happens, we're gonna hear it. And then Sean White 8228. Welcome to the gallery. I like to call out all your numbers because most of it means nothing. It was just a number that YouTube attached to your handle. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you, my friend. The OG Sean White is here as well. Okay. I was saying we left off yesterday. We had Jack Snyder, who was the driver in the vehicle, take the stand. Strong witness for the state. Jack owned the knife that was used. It was his car. The Honda Pilot was his car. He was the one that decided they want to go there and fight and said, well, my vehicle's headed over to the fight, so if you get in my vehicle, that's where we're going. Very strong witness for the state, but defense used him very well and was able to basically describe or get him to describe the defendant's state of mind, which is tricky to do considering all the objections and everything, but you can basically assign the same feelings to the defendant through the words that the witness said. Everyone was scared to death. We showed up. That was not what we were up for. We were there for a fist fight, and it turned completely different. We were scared. They were attacking our car, smashing our window, jumping on the bumper. We were scared for our lives. People wanted out. People wanted to leave, wanted to get away. That was helpful for defense. That was very helpful, and I think defense will have to keep going that route, and maybe even still call Raul to the stand and have him share those same sentiments and those same beliefs where he felt threatened. He thought his life was in danger. He was worried about himself and his friends. Of course, he got in a fight and then drove to the next fight as well. So there's some things to overcome, and I'm sure the prosecution's going to have some tough questions for him if he does take the stand. Real government name, you don't know me. Thank you very much. 14 months. Love it. One of you are going to be stuck with this. You're changing your names around. You're going to be stuck like that, and you won't be able to change back. Just saying. And then Donna Turner says, thanks, guys. You have no idea how much I needed the laughs. You guys are my family. Donna, let me just tell you, I can tell you that you might have needed the laughs. There are many people here in this community, in this group, some of them whose names you know very well, and others who just are lurkers, who have expressed sentiments to me about very difficult life scenarios they're currently going through, either things that are not very exciting, terrifying even, that they're facing, just difficult challenges that just don't seem to get better, and they come here and they come here for the community and the fun and the laughs. So thank you very much for adding to that, Donna. Appreciate that.
All right, so we are back here again today to continue the evidence on the matter of State of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. It's my understanding that the state intends to call a witness who also has an agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, so at this point in time, we would be moving forward with a similar type of canvas that we did yesterday for reasons that were placed on the record yesterday.
Okay. This must be
so why don't
Tyler.
we go ahead and call that witness. Thank you.
This must be Tyler. Right? The other individual in the car also has a plea deal. Remember, Jack Snyder got a deal where if he told the truth, nothing would stick to him. No prosecution, where he could have been charged with everything that Raul was charged with. Literally, charge for charge. He could have been facing the same 60 plus years in prison or life, you know. It's, oh man. I think this is Da Silva. The sound is not best. I'll do what I can to sort of clean it up. The judge's mic is the problem. The prosecutor and hopefully the witness are good.
Please take a step up into the witness box. Please remain standing. I'll focus my attention on the way. Thank you.
Raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Tyler Silva, CDY.
We don't need his address. 123 Sesame Street.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, Tyler. Good morning. I just have to ask you a few questions about the agreement you have with the state of Connecticut, okay? If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Showing you the mark of the state's exhibit 96 for identification purposes. You recognize state's 96? Yes. What is state's 96? The agreement between the state of Connecticut, me and my attorney. And was this agreement signed by you and your lawyer and your parents on or about December 6th, 2022? Yes, it was. And what is your understanding about your agreement with the state of Connecticut? I comply with anything you need. I give you a full interview and testimony of fully the truth of what my knowledge what happened that night. You will not prosecute me. And is the agreement that in consideration for your information during the investigation, during any potential hearing, trial, grand jury, you're to provide truthful testimony in consideration for that. You would not be prosecuted for anything that you were associated with on May 14th of 2022. Yeah. Is it your understanding that some of those charges could have included conspiracy to commit assault in the first degree, potentially conspiracy to commit murder, all of which could have exposed you to in excess of 60 years in prison? Yes. And of course, you being a minor at the time would have subjected you to special parole considerations with regards to those charges as well? Yes. Is it also your understanding that if you were not, during the pendency of this agreement with the state of Connecticut, in addition to your truthful testimony, you were not to commit any further crime or crimes, and if you were to commit those crimes, that this could break the agreement, you could be prosecuted? Yes. And is it also your understanding that this agreement would last up and until the full conclusion of this case, State versus Raul Valle, that being either change of plea after in front of a court, or verdict after a trial, or a retrial after a remand? Is that your understanding? Yes. And if you break this agreement with regards to your testimony or evidence that you supplied with the state of Connecticut on a prior occasion, is it also your understanding that if the agreement was broken, that evidence could be used against you at any subsequent trial? Yes. Is that sufficient for the court's?
It is for the court. I'll inquire defense attorney. Attorney Smith does that canvass as well as the written document provide
He's going to do the same questions.
Of the disclosure of the nature of the agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, here we go. Attorney Smith, one more question before the jury comes in, just in case there is an offer to use this exhibit on direct. My question is, do you intend to cross-examine the witness in front of the jury regarding the terms of the cooperation?
Yes, I would, Your Honor, and I would have no objection to the state using that during its direct.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, so keeping in mind with the procedure that we have been using here, I am going to ask the witness to leave the stand and please remove himself from the courtroom, and we'll call him back to the stand in the presence of the jury, and we will place him under oath in the presence of the jury so that the jury does not have any confusion relative to this witness being used. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so once again, the jury won't know what just happened here. We know. He looks over at Raul as he heads out. Raul doesn't glance his way.
Anything further before we bring the jury in this morning?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense.
Thank you.
All right. Now the jury comes in, and we do this again. The handles thing, I hope they go away. I hope we've been posting on Twitter. Team YouTube has replied, totally understand your concern. We're constantly improving the ways we fight bots and spam. We recommend flagging those comments for review so that we can take necessary actions. WT. I'm going to reply.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are prepared to move forward with the evidence this morning. Counsel, please confirm on behalf of all jurors with you.
State would stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. State prepared to call us next witness.
We are prepared, Your Honor. State would call Tyler De Silva to the stand.
Thank you.
Thanks for completely missing the point of my complaint.
Thank you.
Please enter the witness box. Remain standing until this moment. Place your address for purposes of your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Tyler De Silva, TYLDRDASILVA.
We don't need his address.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Tyler.
Good morning.
Tyler, how old are you?
20.
Do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
University of Dayton.
And what are you studying?
Entrepreneurship business.
Are you playing any sports there?
I'm not.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
Why are you here today?
What happened today?
What night? Do you remember?
14.
22? On a prior occasion, prior to your testimony today, have we met before?
Yes.
About how many times would you say?
3 times.
And prior to that, did you, through your lawyer, approach the state of Connecticut in connection to this case? And can you please describe how that occurred?
My attorney approached the state of Connecticut to come to agreement with them that if I came in and gave a statement fully of the truth, to my knowledge, what happened that night, I would not be prosecuted.
Nor may I approach the witness. Tyler, just do me a favor. Just stay close to that microphone. Keep your voice up. Ladies and gentlemen, okay. Tyler, I'm showing you what's marked in State's Exhibit 96 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 96?
I do.
And what is State's 96?
It's an agreement.
Is this the agreement concerning prosecution and consideration for your testimony concerning State versus Raul Valle?
It is.
Was this agreement executed between you and the state of Connecticut, signed by your lawyer and your parent on or about December 6th of 2022?
It was.
Does this agreement encompass the entire agreement that is your understanding between yourself and the state of Connecticut concerning this case?
It does.
Steve Rock, this is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will accept into evidence States 96 only.
Okay. Now, with regards to that cooperation agreement, just so we're clear, what is your understanding of the agreement?
My understanding of the agreement is Basically, I'm going to give my story, what I remember from that night, fully truthfully, and I won't get prosecuted for anything.
And potentially, if you don't, if you deviate from what you've told anybody with regards to this case, what could happen? And could your statements that you have given during the investigation and in addition to your testimony today be used against you if charges were brought against you and you were prosecuted?
Yeah.
If you deviate from what you said before.
I want to direct your attention, withdrawn. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
He was one of my friends and I classmate at St. Joe's.
And St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Where is that located?
Humboldt, Connecticut.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Raul Valle?
I was a classmate at St. Joe's and I grew up playing football with him in Milford.
And does he have a nickname?
Lido.
And is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? May the witness record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case, Your Honor?
Or will the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle.
Thank you. Now, directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
17.
And were you in school?
I was.
What school were you in?
St. Joseph High School.
What year were you in St. Joe's?
My junior year.
And did you play any sports?
I played football.
And I want to direct your attention to Lazy Brook Road. Prior to going, did you go to Lazy Brook Road that night?
I did.
Prior to going to Lazy Brook Road that night, where were you?
My house.
And at some point in time, were you picked up?
I was.
Who picked you up?
Jack Schneider.
And when Jack picked you up, what time of day was it? Do you recall?
From 7:38.
And when you got into Jack's car, did you bring anything with you?
2 bottles of liqueur called Kinky.
And what is
Kinky?
that? What is Kinky?
Just like an alcohol.
And you brought that from, where did you bring that from, your house?
No, I got it from the liquor store.
And when you
he bought it
when
at
you
17?
got into the car, had you already been drinking alcohol at that point in time?
I had a couple sips of the Kinky.
And when you got into the car, did you drink when you were in the car?
Yeah, a little bit.
And when you got in the car, did you go right over to Lazy Brook when Jack picked you up?
So vodka.
Where did you go?
I went to Lito's house.
And when you went to Lito's house, who did you pick up?
Lito, his girlfriend at the time.
And who was his girlfriend at the time?
Mackenzie, Jeff Conte.
And when you were in the car after you picked Lito and the defendant Mackenzie up, was everybody drinking in the car?
Somewhat, yeah.
And when you say somewhat, what do you mean by that?
Like we had a couple sips of the Kinky. Not much though.
You weren't like,
no one was
chugging huge chugs. Okay. And was Jack drinking at the time? Do you recall?
Not that I recall.
So you, Mackenzie, and the defendant were drinking?
Yes.
And after Jack picked up the defendant and Mackenzie, where did you go from Lito's house?
Lazy Brook.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what kind of party was that?
A usual high school party.
Can you explain what the usual high school party is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, so it was all St. Joe's kids. You get together, beer pong, drinks, talking, socializing. Just your high school party.
So when you got to the party, how many kids would you say were there?
Say around 40 people.
And alcohol was being consumed?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you drink alcohol while you were there?
I did.
Did Jack drink alcohol while you were there? Did the defendant drink alcohol while he was there?
He did.
Mackenzie?
She did.
Did you see most of your friends drinking alcohol there?
Yes, I did.
And when you say beer pong, what is beer pong?
You take ping pongs, you set up these cups and throw them into the cups.
And if you get it in the cup, what happens?
Usually you fill them with water so you actually drink right out of the cup. But then you take a sip of your beer.
But it's a drinking game, right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in the night, you said you had 2 bottles with you?
I did.
And did the bottles have a specific color?
Yeah, there's one that was pink and one that was blue.
And when you were at Lazy Brook, was there an occasion where Well, withdrawn. When you were at Lazy Brook, was it all people from St. Joseph's High School at that party?
That I knew of, yeah.
So you were familiar with most of the people there?
Yes, I was.
At some point in time, did a couple individuals show up that weren't from St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened?
One time, two individuals came up, said they were invited to the party of the younger son of Maddie Lifer, who's having the party. And basically, she said they couldn't come in because there's way too many people already. And said, can you just tell them to leave? So we went over to them outside and told them to leave, which proceeded to like an altercation.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Jack Schneider, Lido Valle.
And do you recall what you were wearing that night?
I was wearing a Ole Miss like baseball jersey.
And do you recall what kind of, did you have shorts on, pants on? What did you have on?
I believe I had short. I don't.
You don't recall? It's okay. Do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
He was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt.
What color?
Blue.
And at some point in time, you talked to the two individuals that were at the party.
Yeah.
What, if anything, did you observe? Well, withdrawn. What kind of things were you saying to them when they came?
I told them they couldn't come in. They argued with us, saying they were invited by Austin. We said it doesn't matter. Her sister doesn't want you here. Proceeded to more of an argument. We were kind of exchanging words, saying, "Get out of here! Fuck you guys!" And then eventually, Jackson and I actually went over and took their beer. And it got a little more heated. He was like, "I'm not leaving until you give me my beer." I'm like, "No, you're not giving it back." And it led to a fight.
So where did the fight take place?
On the driveway.
And do you recall, who was involved in the fight just before it started? Like who was there? Tell us the scene. Who's where?
So Jack Schneider was facing one of the Shelling kids, almost squaring up. The defendant, Lido, was almost like kind of behind him, to the side of him. And I was like behind Jack Schneider.
And do you recall did the fight at some point start?
Yes.
How do you recall the fight starting?
What I recalled was Jack Schneider threw a punch at the kid. And then they began to fight. The defendant came from the side and sucker punched him. And then he ended up almost like falling down into a corner. And I actually came in and threw a couple punches myself. Where then I was standing over him. We began to be broken up. The defendant was wearing a motorcycle helmet. And he, all fierce, like headbutted him down.
Did he headbutt him more than once?
I only saw one time.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 53. You recognize State's 53?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
Jack Schneider in the red, Lido in the blue with the helmet on, and he has the kinky bottle in his hand.
So the helmet that he has on in this picture, is that the same helmet that you saw him headbutt the Shelton kid with that night?
Yes.
That blue kinky bottle that he has in his hand, is that one of the bottles that you brought that night?
Yes.
Now, do you recall seeing the video of the fight?
Yes.
Now,
could you just reference the exhibit number?
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am. This was State's Exhibit 58. For the jury. Now, you indicated a few moments ago that you recall Jack Schneider hitting the Shelton kid first. Yeah. In that video, does that refresh your recollection as to actually how the fight started?
I mean, in that video, I see the defendant hitting him first.
But that's not how you remember it?
No, it's not.
Now, at some point, how long would you say this fight lasted for?
In my head, probably 15, 16 seconds.
And after the fight ended, what happened next?
Got broken up. He kind of got up. His nose was bleeding a little bit. Words got exchanged, but then they evidently just left. They walked down the hill.
Now, that fight that happened at Lazy Brook, for all intents and purposes, would you characterize that fight as you, Jack, and the defendant on the one Shelton kid?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not the Shelton kid had any weapons on him at the party that night?
Do not.
Now, after the fight ended, at some point in time, did the party continue a little bit?
It did.
For about how long would you say?
30, 45 minutes.
And then at some point in time, did the party end?
It did.
Why did the party end?
The mother came down, shut it off, basically told everyone to get out of the house.
And did you, in fact, leave Lazy Brook Road after that?
We did.
And how did you leave Lazy Brook Road?
So when we were told to leave, like everyone else, we all went down into the road. There's a lot of cars there for people that were there, so everyone was kind of in the cars hanging out. We actually looked to go to another party. There's nothing else going on. And we were thinking about driving somewhere to figure out what we were going to do until a group chat started.
Okay. Now, did the group chat that you just mentioned, did that start before or after you got in the car? If you can recall.
Let's say after.
Okay. Now, did you get in the car at some point?
I did.
Whose car did you get in?
Jack Schneider's.
Show you State's Exhibit 30. Is that Jack Snyder's car?
It is.
And when you got in Jack Snyder's car, where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Yes. Did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who?
The defendant, Lito, Mackenzie, Will Singlewald, Dimitri, and Keenan Frazier.
And who was driving?
Jack was.
So there were 7 of you in the car?
Yes.
Do you recall where the defendant was sitting when he was initially in the car from Lazy Brook?
What I recall is he was sitting behind the driver's seat.
Okay. And do you recall who else was in the back seat?
Mackenzie, Will, and Keenan.
And where was Dimitri seated?
In the trunk.
In the trunk area? Okay. Now, at some point in time when you're in the car, group chat starts. What kind of group chat is this? Did it have a name?
Not that I remembered what the name was, but it was kind of just a group chat of a bunch of Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids all intertwined.
And were you added to the group chat? Is that how you found out?
I actually was added, yes.
Okay. And when you say a bunch of St. Joe's kids were in the group chat, who from St. Joe's was in the group chat?
Names that I can name would be Anthony Greco, Harley Jordan, Ryan DeMarco. Me, myself was added eventually. Jack Schneider was added. Leo was added.
The defendant was in the group chat? And when you left Lazy Brook, where were you guys headed at that point?
We were heading to Trumbull High School.
And why were you going to Trumbull High School?
Basically, it was like almost like a meeting point where we could figure out what we were going to do. Like if we were deciding to go to another party or I don't know.
So you mentioned this group chat. At what point were you added to the group chat? Were you added to the group chat before or after you got to Trumbull High School?
Before, like on the way.
And were you able to view what was being said in the group chat?
Yes.
Now, without telling us what was said, what was the overall tone of the group chat when you were on the way to Trumbull High School?
Aggressive, violent, almost like people looking to pick fights.
And did you say anything in the group chat?
I did not.
At some point in time when you got to Trumbull High School, was there anything in the group chat said about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
Not that I knew of.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
I don't know.
Congratulations on 23 months. Mama of 3. OG. Thank you very much.
Now, when was there any talk about during the group chat? Was there any talk in the group chat about fighting?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Tell you about talk?
Yeah.
It's basically another group of individuals telling us to come meet them at a certain place, and us saying to come, like we're going to come, or come to us, we'll fight.
Now, I just asked you a question before about whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding Trumbull High School and the fight. Do you recall that happened? Any approach the witness, Your Honor? Looking at a document for fresh recollection.
Good.
Do we have text messages?
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Now, with regards to the group chat, do you recall now whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding coming to Trumbull High School to meet up for this fight?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Said, come to Trumbull High, slide right now.
What does slide mean?
Usually it's used as a term to come here.
And did anybody show up at Trumbull High School?
That was his prior testimony. He was just
some point in time. How long were you at Trumbull High School for?
Around 15 to 20 minutes.
And were you guys drinking any alcohol from Lazy Brook all the way until 15, 20 minutes after you got to Trumbull High School? Was there any drinking going on?
I still had a bottle of Kinky, but I don't believe we were really drinking much.
When you got to Trumbull High School, in addition to the group chat, do you recall what other people were doing at any given moment?
Kind of just talking.
Did you meet up with anybody at Trumbull High School?
There was a car of girls there. I don't remember the girls' names, but they were there. We were talking to them. And then there was a BMW there of Trumbull High kids, Keenan.
And did you have a conversation with those kids?
Yeah.
And what kinds of things were you telling them at Trumbull High School?
So they came around when we were looking to leave, and we had a conversation with them saying, would you guys come with us to 43 Glen?
And what was the purpose of them going to 43 Laurel Glen with you?
Was to fight.
And you had the address of 43 Laurel Glen. How did you get that address?
All the channel kids in the group chat were dropping it in.
And at some point in time, did you leave leave Trumbull High School, excuse me?
Yes.
And where were you headed when you left Trumbull High School?
43 Glen.
And what was the purpose of going there? And just prior to leaving Trumbull High School, did you have a conversation with the defendant about going over to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And tell me about that conversation. What was it like? What was he saying?
He was just saying, yeah, let's go fuck these kids up. Like, we already fucked them up once, kind of laughing about it. I was agreeing, yeah, let's go fight these people.
So, so you left Trumbull High School and you drove over to 43 Laurel Glen. Were you intoxicated at this point? What were you like? You were drinking alcohol. What were you like?
I would say I have like that warm feeling in my body. I wouldn't say I was buzzed, too intoxicated, but I definitely had alcohol in my system.
Did you think you had beer muscles or anything like that?
9 feet tall and bulletproof.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at Laurel Glen?
We did.
And when you arrived at Laurel Glen, do you recall the State's Exhibit 1 behind you? Can you tell us if you can recall how you got to Laurel Glen? There's a pointer right in front of you if you want to use the pointer.
What I recall is
it's right to the, yeah.
I recall basically my memory is kind of like almost coming down here and like taking a turn right here. Stopping right in front of the house.
So when you say you stopped in front of the house, I showed you State's Exhibit 49. Can you show us on State's 49 using your words, where did you recall the car stopping?
Kind of in the middle of the street, in front of the mailbox area.
In front of the mailbox for 43 Laurel Glen or
yes.
Across the street? So somewhere
43 Glen, yeah.
So the record can reflect my finger is pointed to the center of 43 Laurel Glen, somewhere in front of the driveway near the mailbox, but in the middle of the room.
All right, record will reflect that information.
And when you got there, was there anybody outside?
There was a couple of kids hanging up in the back yard, but no one really outside yet.
At some point in time, did the kids come outside?
Yes.
Why did anybody? Was the group chat still going on at this point?
Yeah, it was.
And what, if anything, did you say in the group chat about your presence at 43 Laurel Glen?
I didn't say anything, but I'm pretty sure someone from our car told him that we were there.
And when that happened, did people start coming out of the house?
Yes.
Do you recall where they came out of the house?
Almost looked like from the backyard.
And when they came from the backyard, how did they make their way towards the car?
Running.
And did they come down the front lawn? Did they come down the driveway? How did they come out? Both. And when they, how many people would you say came out of the house at that point?
35, 40 people.
Ooh,
and when they came out of the house, did you have a conversation with any of these people?
Like a semi one.
Tell me about that.
So the car was surrounded quickly by a ton of people. The kid on my right, I started saying what happened? One of our boys saying you jumped him. And I was I kind of lied to him, said, no, we didn't. What do you mean? And then the kid that actually got in the fight earlier that night came over to my side. He started screaming at me, fuck you, fuck you. So I started screaming back. And this is when it kind of almost got a little chaotic. And the car started rocking a little bit. You could feel it getting kicked. Yeah.
Did the defendant say anything at this point in time?
Yeah, he did.
What did he say?
He was screaming out the window too, fuck you guys are pussies.
Now, when the kicking and punching of the car happened, how long did that go on for, would you say?
I would say around 15 seconds.
And after 15 seconds, what happened?
Lito actually said drive to Jack. Jack started almost inching, and people started to get out of the way, and then he drove.
And where did he drive? Using State's Exhibit 1, can you show us where he drove?
That's me. We were right here. He drove up this road. Up here.
And did you recall if Jack drove up and down the road at all?
What I recall is he drove up here. He turned around while everyone was in the car and drove back down, and then turned around quickly again and drove back up where people started to get out.
Now, when you were in the car, where were you seated at this point in time?
Passenger seat.
From passenger seat?
Yeah.
Do you recall if anything was thrown at the car when Jack was driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall if anything was thrown from the car when you guys were driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Now, at some point in time, you indicate that you stopped in the area just prior to 36 Laurel Glen, or Farmhouse Road, excuse me?
Yes.
And can you please describe, when you get to that area, to the best of your recollection, what do you remember happening when does the car stop at that point?
Yes.
And what happened?
The car stops. Kenzie's actually screaming, let me out. She's crying. We all get out. Jack stays in the car. We all else get out. I start looking at the car, the damages. There's dents. There's a shattered windshield right in front of me. The car is very beat up. The defendant gets out as well, and he's looking at it too.
I'm going to stop you there for a second. I want to show you a video first.
Sometimes.
With regards to getting out of the car, do you remember who initially got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
Did anybody else get out of the car? That's your recollection?
That's my recollection. No.
But this person getting out of the car, to the right there, in the front seat, who's that?
That's me.
That's you. I'm going to point again. This person right here, do you know who that is outside the car?
I do not.
If you see a person, what's on your mind, you see a person in between these two posts here?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kenzie.
That's Mackenzie? And Mackenzie, who's at Mackenzie?
Kenzie Trapp.
How do you know her?
Last name.
School there?
School. Class.
So is this the point, are you describing in your testimony, this is the point where you remember getting out down the street near Farmhouse Lane? Yes. Right. Now, when you get out down the street near Farmhouse Lane, do you recall if anybody from the other party comes down and talks to you guys or comes at you guys? I do not recall. Okay.
Thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate that. Alexis.
It's about 11:41 at night. Yeah. State's 44.
Bugdugger, thank you as well.
This is a different angle of that same video.
Like to buy a vowel, right?
From a ring camera.
This is a word, a consonant. He's the only one in the car that remembers driving all the way down and back and down again.
Do you recall this happening with that on May 14th, 2022?
No.
But you're clearly standing on the side of the road here, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall them coming down. So to the best of recollection, do you recall any physical altercation happening at around this time down near Farmhouse Lane in Laurel Glen? Do you recall anybody with any weapons on them at this point in time? No. Okay. So at some point in time, actually, can you play the rest of it? Did you see somebody threw something at Jack's car? Do you recall that?
No.
So you said you got out of the car, you were looking at the car, you were looking at the damage of the car. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that. What were you guys doing with what you recall about looking at the damage to Jack's car?
Yeah. So basically what I recall of that is when I got out and I was looking at the car, I kind of saw it all. And especially with the cracked windshield, I already knew it was there because it was in front of me. And going around, seeing the bumpers kicked in, dents everywhere. I was thinking like how the fuck can they do this? And this is like going to be very expensive for Jack himself, right? And then the defendant was with me while looking at it, and his demeanor was more, "Fuck these kids! Like, you really going to let them do you like this?" And not to say, yes, I was upset as well, but I just like basically came to a conclusion with Jack. I asked him, "Yo, bring me back down there, let me go talk." Now, when you said that the defendant was saying, you know, you're going to let them do you like that, how was his demeanor? How was he acting? Angry? Was he more angry than anybody else? I would say. And now you indicated that you wanted to go back down there. Yes. Why did you want to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen? My cousin and their family know the Riches themselves. They actually are over by them on that street. Not that street, but street over. So I knew the Riches. I knew Tyler Rich. I also know a lot of Shown kids too. So I thought I could talk to them. I didn't think I had a problem with them. So when you were down at the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road, did anybody else besides you, the defendant, and Jack get out of the car? Do you recall? I think everyone else got out too. So Will, Dimitri, Keenan, and Mackenzie. Yeah. Do you recall at that point in time, you said Mackenzie was upset? Yes. Do you know whether or not anybody wanted to get her right out of there at that point? Not that I knew.
Do you know whether, well, let me ask you this. At that point in time, could you have left the area and gone home? Could you have called the police at that point about the damage to Jack's car?
Could have.
But you did. At that point in time, if Jack didn't want to drive you home, could you have called somebody for a ride?
Yes.
When you were down there and the defendant was acting aggressively and indicating, Jack, you're going to let them do you like this, tell me, did anything else happen during that interaction with you, Jack, and the defendant?
Outside of the car, it was more exactly what you said. It was aggressive, anger from the defendant. Not to say, yes, I was upset as well, and so was Jack. When I mentioned to Jack, let me go down and talk to him. I know these kids better than any of you guys. We began to get back into the car.
And when you got back into the car, who was getting into the car?
Lito got into the front passenger seat before me, and I was going around the car to get into the back.
And when you were getting into the car, what, if anything, was said when you were getting into the car?
I heard the defendant say, Jack, give me the knife.
And did you see a knife that night?
I did not.
Did you see Jack hand the defendant the knife?
I did not.
And when you were getting back into the car, did you have a knife on you?
I did not.
And do you know whether or not the defendant knows anybody at the Rich household?
I did not.
Do you know why the defendant was getting in the car at that point in time?
Not really.
And at some point, did you drive back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
Did, yeah.
Tell me about that. Where did you, what happened when you were driving down?
So we drove straight back down. Like right when we get in that car, and I explained that point where I heard the defendant ask for a knife. That was very synced to me getting in and us driving down. And when we drove down, I got out of the car and walked straight up.
Where did you get out of the car? If you could show me the state 49.
I got out right here. I got out right in front of the mailbox almost.
Okay, so if I'm pointing in states 49, Jack pulled the car up somewhere in this area in front of the mailbox?
Yeah, right around that area.
Facing Adams?
Yes.
And you got out of the car and you walked up where?
I walked up right a little past the grass, but then onto the pavement.
Onto where?
Pavement. Driveway.
States 5, maybe up this area here?
Yes,
yeah. When you got out of the car, did you notice anybody with you?
So when I got out of the car, I thought it was just going to be me. And then I noticed Lito was on my right-hand side of it.
And when you saw Lito on your right-hand side, what did you think to yourself at that point?
I just kind of thought, what is he doing? There's no one he knows here. It's a smart idea for him to be coming up.
Why wouldn't it be a smart idea?
It's because no one knows him, right? Me being me and knowing people, I thought maybe I could talk to Tyler Rich and it wouldn't be a big thing. But seeing him coming up to the right side and having both of us walking up just would not be something that would be smart.
And why wouldn't it be smart?
He was really angry before. I don't think he was looking to talk peacefully like I was to talk to Tyler Rich about the damages. He didn't know Tyler Rich, so what is he going to talk about?
And with regards to going back there and the defendant getting out, did you think that it was going to end well?
No.
Why?
Like I said, he was upset. He was angry. He was showing it way more. He wasn't looking. I feel like he wasn't looking for anything peaceful.
Did you, at that point in time when you got out of the car, did you notice if the defendant had any weapons on him?
I did not.
What was the lighting out like that night?
It was dark.
Could you see in front of you though?
Yes.
It wasn't pitch black? Was there some ambient light coming from the house?
Yes.
Jack's lights were on in his car? That light kind of helped out. Yeah. Was there anybody outside at that point in time when you started walking up initially?
Not really.
And when you were walking up the house, what if anything happened as you were walking up?
When I was walking up, no one was really around. And then someone said, they're back. I screamed it out almost. and I was greeted by a large individual straight into my face in the first 3 seconds, who got really close up to me, started screaming, yelling at me, "The fuck you doing back? What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Yo, I'm trying to talk to Tyler Rich." And then while that was going on, Tyler Rich came to the right side of me, and I was like, "Yo, Tyler," and then he just screamed at me, "Get the fuck off my property before I fuck you up."
So you were walking up, Tyler Rich was somewhere to your right.
So you didn't know him that well.
Telling you to get off his property. And when that was happening, where was the defendant at this point? Do you remember?
8 feet to the right of me.
So from maybe from here at me to maybe the wood banister there.
A little bit farther, but yeah.
Farther? Okay. And could you see what the defendant was doing at that point in time?
He had a group of kids almost like kind of surrounding him as well, and he was screaming back at them.
He was screaming at them? What kinds of things was he screaming?
I kind of hear.
Did it look like he was acting peacefully?
No.
Did it look like he was trying to calm the situation?
No.
Did it look like he was acting aggressively?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, tell me what happens next.
So right when Tyler Rich came to my face and screamed that into me, I knew this is not going to go the way I thought it was going to go. More kids kept funneling out, got louder, more chaotic. They started screaming at me. I started screaming back. And I'm looking over at Lito because he has a lot of people around him. And I see him get punched. And I almost like took a step forward, and I got hit from the back of my head and almost fell forwards into a group like of people. And before I knew it, I was on the ground. And
now, are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I grew up playing lacrosse against him.
And I'll show you States 57. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's Jimmy.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy during this initial part? Was he in the...
No.
Now, you say that you got hit and you fell?
Yeah.
And when you fell, do you recall what was going on when you fell?
It was so chaotic that it was almost like I just felt stuff coming from all different sides of me, getting like kicked, punched. Kind of just face down, so I don't really recall what was going on around me.
How long would you say the fight lasted for? Do you recall?
I would say like 10, 15 seconds.
And when the fight started, do you recall seeing where the defendant went?
Say again?
Did you see, once the defendant got hit, did you see what happened to him?
No.
Now, you said you didn't see Jimmy during the initial part of the fight. Did you see him involved in the fight, in the initial part of the fight? Now, at some point in time when you're on the ground, you said 10 to 15 seconds. What happens next that you remember?
What I remember is being on the ground, kind of like getting kicked, getting punched, whatever. Then almost getting pushed, like, so my body get like almost let go, and like I glide into like the street, you know, when I get out of it.
So we're looking at States Exhibit 4. Can you tell us in Stage 4 where you recall getting pushed out to the street?
I remember like being over by that first far red bush, like that's over there, I believe, where I was getting beat up, and then I come out, straight out in front of it.
So the record reflector on, we're looking at the red bush to the left, which appears to be next to the blue pickup truck. And
there's the red bush again.
The witnesses indicated that he was pushed out towards the street where the curb here is.
Court will allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And when you you said you got pushed out into the street?
Well, it almost felt like they let go of me.
Okay.
So,
and when you are out into the street, what, if anything, do you recall doing at that point in time?
I like stumble out into the street. I turn around, and there's just a big wall of kids screaming, like very chaotic.
Were the wall of kids that were screaming, were they coming after you at that point?
No.
Were you going after them at that point? No. Did you have a weapon on you at that point?
No.
Did you were screaming back at them?
I was, yeah.
They were screaming at you?
Yes.
Was the fight over at that point?
My knowledge, yes.
And how long would you say the fight was over? How long did that screaming go on?
Like 5 seconds.
And after that 5 seconds, what do you remember doing?
After that 5 seconds while I was screaming at them, almost like a screaming match, I looked to my left and I saw the car Jack Schneider was driving, almost driving away.
We're going to play a video. Do you recall watching video in connection to this case?
Yes.
This is phase 6.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go again.
Yeah, you recall seeing that?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you state 62. Do you know who that is in state 62?
I do.
Who was that?
Defendant?
State 63. You know who this individual is on the ground with the shirt pulled up?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath during this part of the fight?
I do not.
State 68. This person that's here with the jeans on with the shirt kind of pulled up going towards, looks like they're going towards the street. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
And this individual to your left, do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
Defendant?
Lastly, state 69. Do you know who this individual is at the street?
That's me.
You recall seeing Jimmy McGrath at all during this time?
No.
You recall seeing him involved in any of the fights during this time?
I do not.
Now, you indicated that you look to your left and you see the car driving away.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, I'm screaming at these kids, they're screaming at me. Nothing's really occurring, but I don't know what's going to happen next. I turn to my left and my ride, Jack Schneider, is driving away. I almost went to like that flight mode of like, what the fuck? And I just right away just ran at the car, screaming, stop.
And did you get in the car?
Did.
Where did you get in the car?
The back seat.
The back seat on the passenger side or the driver's side? And was the defendant in the car?
Was.
Where was he seated?
Seated in the right passenger seat, front.
And when you got in the car, what, if anything, did you say to Jack or the defendant when you got in the car?
I was angry. I just started screaming at them.
What kind of thing? What were you saying?
I was like, fuck you guys. Just let me get my ass beat. Like, no one's going to help me out. You're also about to just leave me, drive away.
At some point, and now when you're saying this, are you just seated in the car or are you?
I'm like kind of head down, like in distraught. Like my head was booming. The adrenaline was rushing through my body. Like I wasn't.
At some point in time, tell us about where the car goes, if you can recall.
Yes, what I recall is, I mean, the car is going fast. You take this left turn, and we're going fast through. And the defendant goes, stop, stop, stop. And Jack slams on the brakes where I almost because my head was down, I almost smashed into the front seat with my head. And I'm like still screaming. I'm not thinking anything of like, stop, stop, stop. And I'm still screaming. I look up and I see the defendant entering back into the car.
And did you know why the defendant got out of the car?
I did not.
And when the defendant got back into the car, what if anything, did you hear him say next?
He said, go, go, go.
And do you recall the path the car took after the defendant said, go, go, go?
Yeah, it was almost like we were on like a roundabout. So it was like a right and a straight, and then another right where we went straight back up.
Do you recall if you went past, did you pass the house again? Do you recall?
Yeah, we did.
So if we can use states one, did you recall the path of travel to the best of your recollection?
My recollection, like I said, when I got in, sharp left, and this is where I really stopped. And we came back out and moved back up here.
And when you flew back down the street, where did you go?
We were going back up the street right around here. The defendant said, stop, stop, stop again. And he got out of the car. He just looked at me and Jack and said, love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie. And I got out and got back into the front passenger seat.
And
love you guys.
When you got back in the front passenger seat, do you recall where you guys went next?
Me and Jack just drove straight. We drove straight. We drove straight is where we eventually hit another dead end.
Let me show you fence exhibit A. This is a very large overhead shot of the entire area.
Hey, here's a new picture.
Defense A, are you talking about hitting the dead end all the way to the end of Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got to the end of Laurel Glen, what did you guys do next?
We kind of like, where are we right now? We had no idea. So I grabbed my phone and I put in my address in Milford. We let that go. We finally got it up. Once we got it up, we began.
And on the way home, how long was the ride to your house in Milford from Shelton? And during that 20-minute ride, did you have a conversation with Jack about what had happened?
I did.
Now, without telling us what Jack said, what kind of things were you saying to him?
I was upset. I kind of was continuing old demeanor of like, why did you let me get my ass beat and just sit in the car? And then also, why were you going to drive off without me? And I felt like an anger towards him. Sort of adrenaline running through my body, and I was just like mad at him.
And during the ride home, did you also talk about what had just happened at the house?
Not in the beginning, but yes, mid-drive, it got brought up.
Then tell us about that. Not what Jack said, but tell me what kinds of things were you saying?
So I actually called my cousin, told him about what happened to me. And this is the cousin that knows Tyler Rich. Told him Tyler Rich just jumped me with a bunch of kids. Said, hold up, like I'll call him. Sorry. And he called me back, and that's when I learned that someone's been stabbed, or multiple people have been stabbed.
And when you had learned that multiple people had been stabbed, did you understand the gravity of the situation?
Not really. I didn't know the severity of it. He didn't know the severity of it. I didn't learn it. I knew that can't be good. It's crazy because I had no idea what the hell happened. I just got my ass beat. I didn't know someone was stabbing people. So I didn't know the severity of it. And it basically just led me to ask, because I did hear it. I asked Jack, yo, did you give Lito a knife?
And based on that conversation, not what Jack said, but what was your reply to what Jack said?
So Lito killed those kids, or stabbed those kids.
And at some point in time, did you get back to your house at Seaview?
Yeah.
In Milford. And did you have a conversation with anybody when you got back to the house?
Yeah, my cousin followed us.
Who's your cousin?
Owen.
And at that point in time, did you understand the severity of the situation?
This is where I learned more of the severity. I learned that there was a kid that might not make it.
And prior to learning the severity of the situation, did you and Jack, when you were talking, did you have, what was your conversation like with regards to, did you want payback?
Yes.
Once you learned the severity of the situation, tell us about what you did during those hours after you learned what had happened.
Once I learned what happened, Jack went home. Told him I loved him. Said just go home. He went home. I went upstairs with my cousin. I sat down. He kind of asked me more of what happened, dude. Like, this is not no normal fight. I kind of just told him everything that I knew, and I didn't know what actually happened, the severity of it. He ate a little something, and he left. I went up to my room, and say 30 minutes later, I called the defendant.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yeah, I basically confronted him and said, yo, did you stab those kids?
And what was his response?
I fucked up, bro. I'm sorry.
And is that all he said? Now, since that night, have you had any other communication with the defendant?
No, other than later that night, I did get a phone call from him, but it was just silence.
Now, at some point during the night, or early morning hours of May 15th of 22, do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department came to your house to discuss the matter with you?
Yeah, I do.
And did you in fact discuss the matter with them? Why not?
My attorney said not to, and they talked to my dad.
And
that was that night he had an attorney?
After that, the next morning, what did you do the next morning?
We left the advice of my counsel, and we drove up to Vermont, where we further stopped at a hospital halfway through.
Why did you stop at the hospital?
I was beginning to feel like I was going to throw up. My head was pounding, and I knew something wasn't right, especially after what happened to me last night. Especially my mom, being the mom she is, she was like, let's just go get you checked out.
And when you got checked out, what was your diagnosis? Well,
I had concussion, multiple contusions all over my head and body, bruised ribs, bruises all over my body. The hospital basically said, what the fuck happened to you? I said, I just got on a basic fight, and they said, this is no basic fight.
And with regards to what kind of treatment did they say you had to go through? Did you have to take any medicine?
No, they gave me Advil for my bruised ribs and all the contusions, the inflammation. But for concussion, they just said rest.
No electronics?
No kinky? No fighting,
now,
no parties.
As far as you're concerned with regards to May 14th of 2022, when you got out of the car that night at Tyler Rich's house, did Jack get out of the car?
No.
So to the best of your recollection, who is the only people that got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
And when you got out of the car, did you have a weapon on you at that point?
I did not.
Did you have a weapon on you the entire time during that fight?
I did not.
There's some stuff in here defense can use. I think we're going to see that in just a minute.
To the best of your recollection, you, through your lawyer, decided to come and tell us your story to the state of Connecticut in December of 22. That was the first time we heard that story.
Yes.
Has that story changed at all between the time you told that story to Shelton Police Department and today?
No.
Looking back on it, did you have to go back to the house on 43 Laurel Glen that night, May 14th of 22?
No.
Could have left?
Should have left.
No further questions.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a break. Maybe not.
Yeah.
There's some stuff in here defense can use really well. The severity of the fight, that helps. The him saying, why didn't you help me? Yeah, the defense could argue that he was trying to help his friend.
Silva. We've never met before.
No.
So we've never discussed this case before.
No, we have not.
You don't have any agreement that you've signed with me about testifying here today?
No.
You do have one in place with the state, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't talk to anybody or give them this version of the story until you got that in place, correct?
Correct.
You wanted immunity from anything that you had done that night, right?
Correct.
Before you would tell anybody what you say happened that night.
Correct.
And that immunity covers criminal activity or investigation of a homicide, right?
Correct.
You understand that to be murder, correct? And that includes the assaults of Thomas Connery, correct?
Correct.
Ryan Hines, correct?
Correct.
Faison Teal, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that you have exposure if you were going to be prosecuted and convicted of those crimes, right?
Yes.
Sorry, you just have to say yes or no when I ask a question because the court reporter has to get it, okay? It's also loud, as you probably noticed, so we got to compete with that a little bit so you can keep your voice up and just make sure you answer audibly. And you understand that if you were tried and convicted for crimes of accessory to murder, conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit assault, that those crimes carry in excess of 100 years in jail, right?
Yes, I understand that, but with my age, I would have had that ability for parole.
Oh, you know about your ability for parole?
Something about it.
What do you know about it?
So I was told that since I was underage, there's ability for parole.
Ability for parole. Were you told you would get parole?
No.
What's 60% of 120?
Not good at math.
No. What would 50% of 120 be?
Objections, relevance.
60.
Oh,
Got it
60.
right.
So 60% of 120 would be more than 60, right? A lot of time, right?
Yeah.
A lifetime, right?
Hope so.
In jail.
Yes.
In fact, for you at the time, you were only 17 years old.
That's correct.
Even 60 years would be more than 3 lifetimes to you at that point, right?
That's correct.
Sounds like forever to you, doesn't it?
It does.
You don't want to spend forever in jail, do you?
Honestly, no.
No, you want immunity, right?
Right.
Without it, you're not telling us anything, right?
Correct.
That was a pretty big incentive for you?
I'd say.
Okay. And once you got it, and you came in and you told the state what you claim happened that night, right?
From the truth.
Well, you understand that it is your obligation under that immunity agreement that you wanted, that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Yes, sir.
And who determines whether or not you testified truthfully?
I would say myself. It's my knowledge. And then to determine if I'm telling the truth would be the state of Connecticut.
That's right. The people sitting at this table, right?
So, yeah.
Watching you testify here, right?
Correct.
And you did give a statement in this case, correct?
Yeah.
And prior to coming in here and testify, were you allowed to review that statement?
I was.
So you know what's expected of you to come in here and testify truthfully, right?
Yes.
And you said any deviation would equal prosecution, right?
That's correct.
So even if you wanted to, even if you had a change of heart and said, you know, some of that stuff I told him wasn't true, if you said that on this stand, do you think that this immunity agreement would still protect you?
They want it.
Feeling a lot of pressure today, I bet.
Just nervous.
That's not the same as feeling pressure.
I would say it could be, but it depends.
So that evening started off at a party that you'd been invited to over at 5 Laysbrook, right?
Correct.
And that was a St. Joe's party, right?
Correct.
You didn't expect to see anybody there but St. Joe's kids. Is that fair to say?
Usually how it goes, yeah.
When you got there, you said there were as many as 40 people there, right?
Yeah.
Did you see Austin Leifer there?
I did.
And what was he doing?
Drinking, very, very intoxicated.
In fact, so intoxicated he was throwing up?
Yeah.
Did you see Madigan Leifer there?
I did.
And in fact, she told you this party's getting a little out of hand. Can you keep people from coming in that aren't supposed to be here?
She did.
She asked you to bounce people effectively, right?
Not directly, but along those lines.
Keep people out. And some folks showed up that you didn't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
You never met Ryan Hines before in your life. Never met Griffin Marcinzik before in your life. And you guys, you approached them, or Jack approached them, or Raul approached them?
My recollection to be kind of found them waiting in the garage area.
Waiting in the garage area? What were they doing?
They're going to come in.
Okay. And then you approach these kids, or Jack approaches these kids?
I don't recall who went up first, but eventually it was all three of us approaching them.
Okay. And at some point, Jack grabs one of the kids' case of beer, right?
That's correct.
And at that point, at least, would you agree that it became more of a dispute between Jack and that kid directly?
Yes.
Everybody else is kind of watching to see what's going to happen. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yeah.
Were you screaming anything at that kid at that point?
Not that I remember.
Did you reach over and try and help Jack take the beer from the kid?
No.
How far away from Jack were you at that point?
5, 6 feet.
Were you worried that this kid was going to do something to Jack?
I wouldn't say worried, but I was expecting a fight.
You were expecting a fight at that point. Everybody was expecting a fight between Jack and that kid, right?
Yes.
And that kid had come with another kid, right?
He did.
And where was that kid?
Just standing off in the distance.
And you told us before that you had brought 2 bottles of, is it Kinky? Like Kinky? Okay. And you got that from a liquor store?
I did.
You had a fake ID?
I did not.
How'd you get that at the liquor store? You stole it?
I talk well with people.
You talk well with people. Talked your way into getting 2 bottles of liquor?
Yes.
Without having to show an ID?
Yes.
Pretty slick. You'd agree?
Got lucky.
Got lucky. Had you done that before?
I have not.
First and only time you'd ever talked your way into some liquor?
Yeah.
Not the first and only time you'd ever talked your way into something you weren't supposed to have?
No.
You told us that you drank some of that in the car, correct?
Yes.
And that was on the way to go pick up Mr. Valle.
Was.
From his house.
Yeah.
He didn't come out with any liquor, right?
Did not.
He didn't come out with any weapons, did he?
Did not.
He came out with his girlfriend, Mackenzie Trafficante.
Correct.
They hopped in the car with you guys and you went over to 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Correct.
No talk in the car of anything violent, fighting going on, anything like that?
No.
Basketball, I'm sorry.
Just socializing.
Just basketball group chat hadn't started yet, right?
No.
I mean, you described what you've called a usual high school party happening at 5 Lazy Brook.
Correct.
And we saw the photograph. That was you, or that was Jack and Raul at that party, correct?
Yeah.
And did you see he had something around his neck, a pillow of some sort?
Neck pillow.
Neck pillow? What was that about?
I don't know. He's trying to be funny.
Okay. Was that fairly consistent with who Mr. Valle was, trying to be funny?
Yeah.
And there was beer pong going on?
Correct.
But it was actually water pong? Is that what you were telling us?
Oh, usually nowadays, the way beer pong works is they fill up the cups of water, you have to refill them with beer, and you just take sips of your beer longer than that.
So as not to waste beer.
Post-COVID beer pong.
I mean, so you're not chugging half a cup of beer every time you get a cup.
Gotcha. Evolution of the beer pong game.
Beer pong light.
I would say.
And you said that there were words exchanged in an argument between Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, right?
What?
They squared off, right? Your recollection was that Mr. Snyder was the one who threw the first punch, right?
That's what I remembered, yeah.
But then you watch the video and you say you can see that Mr. Valle throws what you described as a sucker punch, right?
Yes.
Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, you would agree, they were sort of squaring off and moving around, trying to get position on one another.
They were, yes.
People in that crowd that were watching, which you were one of, you didn't know which way they were going to go, right? Eventually, you saw Mr. Hines tackle Mr. Snyder, right?
Yes.
And they go to the ground and sort of go off the screen, what looks like behind a minivan of some sort. Mm-hmm. You join the fray.
Yes.
Mr. Valle joins the fray.
Yes.
Who else joins the fray at that point?
Only 3 people I remember is us 3.
You would agree, however, after watching the video, there were more people that joined the fray, right? Some girls come over.
Yes.
Yes. Some other people come over, it appears.
It looks like.
Did somebody pull you off, or did you stand up on your own?
I stood up on my own.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Valle take that motorcycle helmet off?
No.
Did you see him swing it at anybody? People were struggling to get people off in that video, right?
That was a simple fight.
It was kind of a quick fight.
Oh, yes.
He said folks got up, separated, right?
Yeah.
The two kids who had come that you were trying to keep out, they left.
They did leave, yeah.
And you said then the party went on for another 30 to 45 minutes?
It did, yes.
Okay. What was going on during that 30 to 45 minutes? Just more of the same typical partying?
Socializing.
No talk about let's go get into a fight, anything like that? And then you said Mama Lifer came and shut it down, right?
She did.
Told everybody to get out of there.
Yeah.
You left Lazy Brook Road trying to figure out what to do with that. Is that fair to say?
Trying to look for another party.
Were you trying to look for these kids that had just come that you just kicked out of the fight? Was Jack, who had just sort of been getting the worst of that end of the fight, was he angry and wanted to go find those kids? And at that point, you described you'd already gotten into the car when this group chat began, right? Mm-hmm. And you claimed that you were added to the group chat, right?
Correct.
When you say that you were added to the group chat, how could you tell that this group chat pre-existed your being added to it?
Yeah, I couldn't really tell that was pre-existed. I just got added to it, and then they were chatting. So I just thought this was already going on.
Okay. You didn't create it.
I did not create it.
Mr. Valle didn't create it.
He did not.
Mr. Snyder didn't create it.
He did not.
And yet the three of you simultaneously got added to it?
I don't know the points of when we got added.
Okay. And at that point, you started, what you described was the group chat tone was aggressive and violent, right?
Yes.
And somehow you found your way over to Trumbull High School, right?
Did.
You yourself didn't go to Trumbull High School?
I was in the car.
But I'm saying you didn't attend Trumbull High School.
No, I didn't.
Nobody in your vehicle attended Trumbull High School, right?
I did.
How far was it from Lazy Brook Road to Trumbull High School?
They'll take my word on it. Probably 7 minutes, 10 minutes.
You weren't going to Trumbull High School looking for the kids from 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Not at the time.
How many people were on that group chat other than yourself, Mr. Valle, and Mr. Snyder?
I don't know the number, but there had to be a lot of people.
And most of the aggressiveness and violence, was that towards your group of 3, or was that from your group of 3 towards whatever this larger group was?
I would say it was coming from both sides.
Okay.
There was more St. Joe's kids in the group chat that were being probably the most aggressive with those Shelton kids than us 3.
So there were other St. Joe's kids on there in addition to the 3 of you?
Yes.
And you're saying that those other St. Joe's kids were being more aggressive than the 3 of you?
I would say.
Had those other St. Joe's kids been involved at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
And at some point, you were being told to come and fight. Is that fair to say?
Yes, correct.
An address got sent to you, right?
Correct.
And at that point, you hadn't seen any knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
There was no mention of knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
And no drinking on the way when you started to go towards this address?
I still had one of the kinky bottles, but my recollection, I believe we weren't drinking.
And at Trumbull High School, there were 2 other cars there, right?
Oh, yeah.
One car of girls and a white BMW with 2 guys in it, right?
Yes.
And those 2 guys attended Trumbull High School, you told us, and they were friends of Keenan Frasix.
They were, yeah.
You didn't know them?
I did not.
And that address that got texted to you, that was not an address you were familiar with, was it?
It's not.
You didn't say, 43 Laurel Glen Drive, I know who lives there.
I did not.
At that point, it didn't register to you that that was Tyler Rich's house. But you've told us that you were friends with Tyler Rich's cousins? Is that what you told us?
No, my cousins were friends with them.
And how did you know that?
How did I know that?
Yes.
Because my cousins lived in Misty Lane, which is a couple streets over. And they always would talk about Tyler Rich.
Okay. But you yourself had never met Tyler Rich before?
I've met him in the past, yes, before.
But you'd never been to his home before?
No.
That you can recall?
That I can recall. No, I have not.
And you said that there was a conversation about going to 43 Laurel Glen Drive with Mr. Valle, and you told us, he said, yeah, let's go. We fucked them up once already. Do you remember telling us that?
Yeah.
You never told the cops that when you spoke to them before, did you?
Believe not.
No, that's the first time any of us are ever hearing that, right?
Yeah.
That's a deviation from what you said before. Are you worried about telling the state something different?
No, because my truth in my memory.
No, and in fact, it's worse than anything you've told them before, right?
I wouldn't say so.
Well, you never before told them, Valle told you, yeah, let's go. We fucked them up once already. Would you agree that that is worse than what you told them before?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Was it like that?
Now, you told us when you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive that the car parked in front of the mailbox by the driveway, right?
Yes.
Not across the street from the house?
No, we were like almost in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road the first time that you stopped there, or in the middle of the road when the car came back before the fight? And then you said you think someone from the car texted that you were there. Is it possible that Mr. Snyder honked the horn?
Could have, yeah.
But somehow, what went from what you claim was nobody being outside in the yard at first, right? People came running from the house, right?
Correct.
And you told us 35 to 40 people, right?
Yeah.
Spilling down the driveway, right? Right? Sorry, she can't pick up a head nod. Coming down through the yard as well, right? Pouring out of the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And they were coming straight at the car, right?
Correct.
There's 7 of you in the car.
Correct.
There's 35 to 40 of them coming at you.
Correct.
What were you thinking at that point?
Oh, shit.
You were scared. This was a dumb idea. Yes?
Yes.
Did Mackenzie Trafficante indicate to you in any way that she thought going over to 43 LGD, Laurel Glen Drive, that she was expecting to get into a fight?
Objection as to what Mackenzie says.
The question was, did she indicate by any way? I'll just be clear and instruct the witness. Don't tell us what Mackenzie said, if anything. But I'll allow you to answer.
Not that I recall.
Did Demetrius Arfanos indicate in any way through his demeanor that he thought he was going over being taken to 43 Laurel Glen Drive to get into a fight?
Yes.
He did.
Yes. I believe Dimitri and Keenan and Will were coming with us to fight.
That's different.
Keenan Frasick?
Yes, I believe so.
Smaller guy with kind of a mustache? Demetrius Arfanos?
Yeah.
Little guy sitting in the
quiet
truck.
Kind of guy. Was going over to get into a fight.
Yeah.
They all said they
You said that you thought maybe kids were hanging outside in the backyard.
Yeah.
Could you see the backyard?
No, just that's where they came out of.
Okay. And these kids were running at the car.
I would say so.
And they surrounded the car quickly.
Very quickly.
Kids on the driver's side.
All sides.
Kids on the passenger side too. Kids in front of the car, right?
Correct.
Kids behind the car, right?
Correct.
You could feel the car rocking and shaking, right?
Correct.
You could hear people kicking the car, pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Some folks are outside screaming at the car, you said. One of them said, "You jumped our boys."
Correct.
You lied and said, "No, I didn't," right?
No.
You lied because you were scared, right?
Probably.
You were terrified, right?
Like you are now.
I wouldn't say terrified, but I would say scared.
What's the difference between scared and terrified?
Objection as to relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to claim it, I'll hear it outside the jury.
You were scared but not terrified.
Correct.
Had you ever been surrounded in a car before like that?
I have not.
You weren't driving the vehicle, right?
I was not.
You didn't have any way to make that vehicle move, did you?
Not.
Well, but you could have gotten out of the car, right?
Not getting out of the car.
Well, why not?
40 kids surrounding it.
You were terrified of getting out of the car.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Were you scared of getting out of the car?
Yeah.
Did you see
Raybo, thank you very much. 9 months.
Mr. Snyder reach into the console and pull out a knife and put it in his lap?
I did not.
Were you paying attention to what Mr. Snyder was doing at that point?
I wasn't.
You were focused on what was going on outside the car, right?
More to like the right side of my window where all the kids were.
And then you heard a windshield smash, right?
Yes.
Somebody threw something at it?
I don't know how I got smashed, but it smashed right in front of me.
Right in front of you. At that point, you were terrified, right?
So you got a little more scared.
A little more. You were worried somebody was going to smash the window, right?
Yeah.
Reach in and try to pull you out of the car, right?
I would object based on speculation.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to rephrase the question.
You were scared that somebody could break that window, were you not?
After seeing what happened to the windshield, I would say yes.
And if somebody broke that window, you were scared that they might try and attack you, right?
The way they were acting, yes.
That car was starting to feel very small, wasn't it?
Yes.
You didn't feel like you had any way out of that situation that you found yourself in, did you?
Yeah.
You were worried that you might come to some great bodily harm, were you not?
Felt a little more protected since we were in the car, you know? But what you're saying, yes.
Great bodily harm. That's a legal term.
You felt protected, like this is a safe situation right now. I've got this in hand.
No.
You couldn't make Jack drive that car anywhere, could you?
No.
In fact, if he tried to drive the car forward, there were people blocking the way, right?
Right.
If he tried to back up, there was somebody bouncing on the rear bumper, right?
Right.
Had you ever been in that situation before?
No.
Have you ever attacked a vehicle yourself?
No.
And people in the car, their demeanor led you to believe that they were scared as well, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Everybody in that car was terrified at that moment, were they not?
Yes.
And you told us here today that Mr. Valle was screaming at people, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
You never said that to the cops before, did you?
I believe I did.
When you talked to him on December 6th, that's what you told him?
I believe I did.
And you told us you thought that lasted for 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Did it feel like it only lasted 15 seconds when it was going on?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Felt longer just because of the chaos, you know, because of what's going on. So if you're looking for a number of it, I would say, yeah, if I felt 20, 25 seconds.
20 or 25 seconds was all?
Yeah, if you phrase it in that certain way.
Fair to say you didn't know while it was going on when or if it was going to come to an end, right?
Fair to say that, yeah.
So when it was happening, it felt like an eternity, did it not?
Objection asked and answered.
So,
The fear for life,
And then
fear
you
of
said-
great bodily harm. That's a legal requirement
Mr.
for
Valle
using deadly
was
force in
saying
self-defense.
drive, right?
You say drive, yeah.
He wanted to get out of there, right? And Jack somehow pulls the car out and gets it down the street.
Slowly started to almost drive and people
spread out of the way. Saw an opening, car sputs, or goes down to the end of the street. Drives up and down, back and forth a few times, right?
He did.
Throwing things out the windows?
Not that I remember.
And we watched a video here, State's Exhibit number 44, from in front of that house where you said later folks got out of the car. We didn't see the car going back and forth, up and down, right?
Not that I know.
But what we did see was some people getting out of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And then the vehicle pulls ahead and moves on.
Yes.
You identified those 3 people that got out of the vehicle as Mackenzie Trafficante, correct?
Yes.
Yourself?
Yes.
And Mr. Valle, right?
Right.
And then you didn't remember, but we saw on the video, and you would agree, that the vehicle was chased by kids coming from the Shelton party, right?
That's correct.
You didn't remember this, you told us, but you saw on the video that those people were throwing things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you heard people screaming things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you saw those people running at what you've told us now is yourself and Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw in that video, the vehicle pulls ahead and leaves you there with those kids from Shelton High, right?
Correct.
And where did the vehicle go when it pulled off and left you there?
I don't know.
You had no idea where that vehicle went, right? Do you remember being scared at that point?
I do not remember being scared at that point.
But you do remember that Mackenzie was screaming, "Let me out," right?
I do.
And at some point after leaving you there, you say Mr. Snyder came back and parked the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at that point, everybody else in the car got out, right?
Yes.
And did some folks go over and sit away from the vehicle?
They did, yeah.
And who was that?
I don't really recall, but pretty sure it was Mackenzie Traff, Dimitri, and Keenan, and Will. Like everyone else kind of sat down.
And that left just the 3 of you, Mr. Snyder, Mr. Valle, and yourself, around the vehicle?
Yes.
Were any of the Shelton High kids there at that point?
Not that I recall.
Do you know an Enrico Fiola?
I do.
And you recall Mr. Fiola coming down and talking to you while you're at the car, right?
I actually don't.
And you recall Tyler Rich coming down and talking to you while you're at the car, right?
No.
You don't recall any of those Shelton High kids coming down while the 3 of you were at the car inspecting it for damage, right?
Not.
Because it never happened, right?
Objection.
And so you're inspecting the car, you said, and you see that it's damaged, right?
I do.
So now you're looking at the vehicle and seeing what happened to it while moments before you were trapped inside that car, right?
Correct.
And you can see that the windshield has in fact been smashed, right?
Correct.
You told us there was damage to the car all over it, right?
Yes.
And your thought was, this is a lot of damage. This is going to cost a lot of money for Jack Snyder, right?
Agreed.
Because it was Jack Snyder's car, right?
Was.
Not your car. Not Mr. Valle's car.
Nope.
But you said that Mr. Valle was the angriest of anybody?
Seemed like it through his demeanor and his words.
And he was angrier than Jack Snyder about the car.
I mean, Jack was angry. I was angry. But it was like almost like he was more angry, at least more vocal about it than us.
You didn't see a weapon at that point?
Not.
No knife anywhere?
Nope.
Did you see, though, Mr. Valle, when he went scrambling through the glove box looking for the knife?
Not.
Okay. Well, then you saw him when he went scrambling through the console, right, to get the knife out?
Not.
And you heard him say, "Jack, where's the knife? Give me the knife."
I heard him say, "Jack, give me the knife."
Just like that?
Yes.
Like you just said it?
The way he said it, I don't really recall.
Because you told us You weren't there right beside him, right? You were going around the car or something like that?
Correct.
But you overheard what you think was him saying, "Where's the knife?"
Correct.
And you got back in the car and got into the back passenger seat.
Yes.
And Mr. Valle got into the front of the car.
Correct.
And you told us before that you've known Mr. Valle from growing up in Milford, right?
Correct.
How old were you when you first met Mr. Valle?
I don't remember the age. I was young, but it was about third grade football.
Third grade football?
Yeah.
You guys have been close ever since, right?
We got close around fifth grade.
A year and a half later, you got close with Mr. Valle. And since fifth grade, you'd been fast friends, right?
Correct.
Hung out almost every weekend?
Till now.
Slept at his house?
Many times.
He'd slept at your house?
Many times.
You felt like he had your back?
Objection as to what he felt the defendant thought.
Sustained.
And you told Mr. Snyder, "Take me back there. I know these kids," right?
Correct.
Were you still angry at that point?
I was upset for Jack's car, but me being angry didn't do anything.
Okay. And you said, "Take me back. I want to make peace. I know these kids."
I said, "Take me back, yes. Let me talk to Tyler Rich."
Are we going to take the morning break? I just looked.
We are. Is this a good place to
I think this might be a good spot.
All right, thank you. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and give you your recess. So the time is 11:25. We'll be back in 15 minutes on the record. Thank you.
All rise. Recess.
It's interesting, having just watched the Karen Reed trial where Karen was so involved in her defense, to now switch to Raul Valle, or Valle, depending on how you pronounce it. And it doesn't look like he's on speaking terms with his attorney at all. They don't talk at all. But interesting. A couple of people asked some questions there during that I wanted to see if I can get to. First of all, can you go over the charges again? Yes, Raul is charged with murder and 3 counts of assault. I held up 4 fingers, but murder and 3 counts of assault. Murder for Jimmy McGrath, and the assault is for, let's see, Ryan Himes, Thomas Connery, and Faison Teal. Those are the 3 that were stabbed that did not die. Jimmy succumbed to his wound that he was stabbed. Got 2 of his friends, 2 of his buddies now have taken a deal, and this is the sweetest deal you can get. Because it's complete immunity from prosecution. There is nothing they can say on the stand that can get them in trouble. Nothing they say can be used against them. There will be no investigation. There will be no charges filed against them for this date. Whatever happened that day, they tell the truth according to the state, and they will walk. There will be no consequences for them if they do this. It's curious, because we don't see this a lot. I think the last time we saw a plea deal like this might have been, Zachariah Anderson. Not a plea deal, but an immunity deal. But, man, it seems like a desperate move, right? It seems like there's enough information here from everybody else that they could have charged us. Why did these other 2 who were involved in either bringing the weapon, driving them there, arranging for the fight, jumping out of the car, participating in the fight, why did they get no charges and Raul get stuck with it? And I think it might have to do with who lawyered up quick and who didn't. I don't know if it was a money situation, but it seems like the guys who followed the lawyer's advice don't talk to the police. I mean, they waited 6 months before getting a deal and saying, fine, we'll testify only for complete immunity. He took off for 3 days. Yeah. It's crazy. What did they bring? The first one, who's that? Jack Snyder, driver. He tells us that Raul threw the knife. That's the important part. Where the knife came from, how he got the knife, and that he threw it afterwards. That was the most important part of his testimony. This witness, though, is bringing a completely different story that nobody else has supported yet. That seems to show that Raul was like actively wanting to continue the fight. Probably the only person in that car who wanted to continue the fight, according to our witness here, Mr. Tyler Da Silva. I do have a little problem at the very beginning of his testimony. The way he answered the expectation that as he understood it with the deal was that he had to testify consistent with what the state wants. Did you hear it when it came in? I have to make sure I testify with what the state wants. And then he's like, and then I have to be, tell the truth, tell the truth, tell the truth. The state does want him to point the finger at Raul, and he's doing it. And as a matter of fact, Raul's lawyers pointed out a couple times that you seem to be going a little above and beyond. Your story today makes it a little worse for my client than what you told the police before. And he saw the connection when he talked about being terrified, fear of great bodily harm, everything else. Those are conditions that have to exist for a jury. A jury has to find that they exist in the mind of the defendant to find that the reasonable force was deadly force was reasonable, and that would be an excuse, a defense against the charges that he's facing. So. Interesting. They clearly turned on the friend, right? This is, I was expecting the question of, when did he last talk to him? When, you've been friends since 5th grade, lived at each other's houses, ate breakfast with their families, drove to school together, went to sporting events together, participated on the same teams. When did that end? Was it just cold turkey, lawyer up, shut up, cut off all communications? Is that when it ended? Did he admit to stabbing them? This witness says yes. Both Tyler and I'm trying to forget the other guy's name. Jack. Both Tyler and Jack, the driver and this witness on the stand right now, have both said in one way or another that Raul acknowledged stabbing them. Jack said that Raul got back in the car and says, "Man, I think I just stabbed some people." And Tyler says that after the fight, once they got home, they talked on the phone, and he's like, "Hey, did you stab those people?" He's like, "Yeah, I messed up." So both of them are saying that Raul admitted in some way. What's up with the points? It's something we're trying to work on, and it's not working very well. And add to that, YouTube is broken, and we're just having issues with it today. I might turn it off here in a bit, but I don't want to turn it off and then have the names be fixed, because then everyone will think that my points broke the names. I want the names to be fixed first. I've reached out to YouTube on Twitter, hoping for some sort of resolution and a fix. So far, nothing. Thanks for the reposts. That just help get attention for YouTube. It's not a glitch. It's using handles now instead of channel names. There's a URL where it can be changed. Emma, send me the details on that. Is that the change can be made individually? Or is it something I can change on my side? Trey says in his best Judge Dad voice,
"It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us."
That's my best impersonation of him. That's as good as I can do it. Sloth Life gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Sloth Life. Let's see. Got some good people there, Sloth Life. Thank you very much. I went to settings and changed mine Okay, was there another question we had to answer about during the break? It's a short break. It's only 15 minutes. What else did you guys need to know? Someone was asking, do we think that the defendant's ex would testify? If she does, I think it would be for the defense. There are a couple of people who could testify. In the first fight video, I know we see a video of somebody else holding up a phone trying to film. So we know there might be another video out there, or at least another filmer out there. Yeah, I don't know. Who owned the knife? The knife belonged to the driver, Carol. It belonged to the driver. That was Jack Snyder's knife. The knife came with the car. It was a hand-me-down car. Probably his dad had it first, or his mom had it. It's a Honda Pilot. It's not like a supercar, but it was handed down to the family. His brother had it. When he got the car, when he was 16, it already had the knife in the glove box, and he kept it there. He used it for fishing or whatever else. He said it was a useful tool. I always just had it there. The knife itself was a Smith & Wesson, sort of like it's like a Gerber Easy Out, for those of you that are familiar with Gerber. It's a folding pocket knife that locks the blade out. It locks out for safety so that it doesn't fold on you while you're cutting, to cut your fingers. And but it has think of it like a little post, like a screw that's short, that goes through the blade, and you can just push that with your thumb. And by holding it, you can just flick it open. It looks fast. It's very fast, but it's all manually opened. Kelly gifting another membership. Super generous today. Thank you, Kelly. So sorry about the names. I wish it said Kelly H like you like. But yeah, the driver got the knife out first and held it in his lap, and then he put it underneath the radio, like in the center console on the little flat platform there. And then the defendant said, "Give me the knife," and he gave it to the defendant. Tried to change my name back. Could it be your channel setting? Went to another live, and my name didn't look like it does here. Valerie, no. I've checked on my side, and I can tell you that when YouTube rolls out changes, it doesn't go to everybody at the same time. So this is a YouTube change. I just happened to be in the batch that won or lost, as the case may be. How are you in fear for your life, but you go back to the people you were in fear from? Well, the defendant on the stand said, we just need to talk this out. I know Tyler Rich. So let me go talk to him. You know, this wasn't cool. We'll just talk it out. So there's that. And maybe with them being as good of friends as they say that. Oh, are you serious? I might have a prank call here. Hang on. Wait. Quick. Hello?
Hello? Hi, good morning. My name is Marcella. We sent you a letter about the updated Medicare benefits in your state. Have you checked your upgraded 2025 benefits?
I check every day. I can't wait for the change. What are the changes?
Sure. Just to let you know, I am calling about the new Medicare benefits in your area that are now offering improved dental, vision, and hearing with cash back of up to $200. I believe you have both Part A and B of Medicare, right?
Do you have any pet insurance? Hello? Yeah, they don't have any pet insurance. It was AI. It was terrible recording, too. It was like they're using like a Raspberry Pi to run that voice. All right, this is a bot. Sometimes you get a person if you can get through the bot. What the actual charges are. Okay, Miss Groovy, the actual charges are murder. I believe it's first degree. And then 3 first degree assault charges. Let's see. I thought I had them spelled out specifically, but that's what I got. Then he gets complete immunity for this. Kind of ashamed, to be honest. He was looking for the fight, and then the only boy to stay in the car, too. That was the driver. Driver stayed in the car. He said, I can be most helpful. In case they got out of the fight, in case they survived, they can run here, and then I'll drive away real fast. That'll help. Then he started driving away while they were getting beat. Thank you, Samantha, for this. Murder for Jimmy McGrath. First-degree assault for Ryan Hines. First-degree assault for Thomas Connery. And second-degree assault for Faison Teal. Faison just had like the cut to his arm. It was a nasty cut, but different. It wasn't like a deep stab, and it wasn't in the body as well. All right. Connecticut doesn't have degrees, just general murder and felony murder. Connecticut also does not have opening statements. So for those of you who joined late and we tried to look back and see where the opening statements are, they're not there. They call everyone to court and call the first witness, and that's how it begins. It's wild. It's wild that way. Did watch, this judge did a televised trial about a month ago. And the process, assuming we get to a verdict in this trial, which I assume we will, the process of the jury announcing the verdict is very, I guess you can describe it as clunky and difficult to follow. So we'll have to pay really close attention on the verdict part, especially when they get polled. I think when they get polled, the jurors get polled by their names, so they just turn the mics off for like 10 minutes while they're polling each juror and reading the whole verdict for them and asking if they agree with it. It's a weird thing, but just keep that in mind when verdict day comes. It's going to be a little bit strange in this court, just how they do things. How long do you think they will deliberate? I think, well, first of all, I think the majority of the jurors are going to say he's guilty. There may be some holdouts, but I think those holdouts might be able to sway the others. So this could go either way. Opening statement strikes me as so bizarre. I would get lost so quickly. Yeah, but at the same time, it's sort of good because you don't have one person's story that's not evidence, sort of like tainting your take on the evidence. I think I sort of like it. It's not very fun for us because we're like in the dark for so long. Oh, let's see. Ivan, I heard your message. So sorry to hear about your dad. Thoughts and prayers with you. Hope
Station alert has arrived.
A new station alert has arrived. It's going to be, let's see, hot today. But we'll be thinking of you and your family. Hope everything goes well as you go and visit with him. But thanks for being here, my friend. Call me. Hit me up on the phone. All right. Let's see. Sorry, my message before that had mentioned Jack admitting to him wanting to continue the fight and others in the car not knowing that they were going. Yeah, that's what we heard from one person, but then the driver told us that everyone in the car knew. He's like, "Hey, everyone pile in the car. We're going to go fight. Get in if you want to fight." That's how the driver told the story. And then this other guy was like, "Yeah, the little guy in the trunk who's like, just get me out of here. They all want to leave." Okay. Did not get out of the car, did not fight. That they were there for the fight. They were all in for it. Somebody's lying. I think we're coming back though. Hang on just one second. By the way, the bathroom is not done, but half the floor has been laid down. We're almost done. And I've done all the hard part. I've done all the weird cutouts around the toilet drain and the air vent and everything else, but it's going to be done today. The girls did not want to fight. Mel, I have a very patient wife.
You do again in the application too.
Okay, continuing right where we left off.
I'm also going to ask you if you should sit up a little bit to the microphone. If you do want to step a little bit, some of the people are happy to do that.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Waiting for the jury here. Jury arrived. What is the defense drinking? What is that? It's not a Heineken. Can you see that drink right there? What is that? Can somebody tell me? Spindrift sparkling water.
Turn of our jurors.
Defense stipulation.
You may continue with your process.
when we left for the break, you were telling us about getting back into the vehicle to go back to 43 Lower Glen Drive. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you told us that you had been looking at the damage and you knew that it was going to be very expensive for Jack Snyder, right?
I assumed, yes, correct.
And you said that Mr. Valle said, fuck these kids. You're going to let them do you like that?
Correct.
Remember that? And that he was more angry than anyone else, correct? And that because you knew Tyler Rich and the Riches through your cousin and lots of other Shelton High kids, right?
Correct.
That you thought it would be a good idea to go back down there and talk to them, right?
The little liquid courage, I thought it would be a good idea.
A little liquid courage.
Kinky
Thought it would be a good
courage.
idea. Well, you told us, I didn't think I had a problem with them, right?
Bennett.
Been involved in the fight at 5 Lazy Brook earlier that night?
I was.
You just pulled up and been swarmed by 30 to 40 kids, right?
Correct.
Pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Smashed the windshield, right?
Correct.
Chased you, as you saw in that video, down towards the end of the road even after you'd left, right?
Correct.
You thought you didn't have a problem with them?
Just thought they wouldn't just jump me. Like, I thought I would be able to talk to Tyler Rich.
Okay. And if you were in a troubling or unsafe situation, you would expect Mr. Snyder to help you, right? That would be your expectation?
That calls for speculation.
It's an expectation. I'll allow it overruled.
I would expect, yes.
That was good.
If you were in a dangerous situation, you would expect Mr. Valle to help you, right?
Yes.
It didn't surprise you when Mr. Valle got into the car with you, did it?
Not fully.
No, not at all, right? It didn't surprise you at all that somebody you'd known since 5th grade, spent nights at their homes with, saw every weekend, got into the vehicle when you were heading back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. It did not surprise you, did it, sir?
That did not surprise me.
No, it didn't surprise you at all. You didn't say, whoa, Mr. Valle, you seem angrier than anybody else here. Don't get in this car with me, did you?
Did not say that.
And you weren't scared that if you went back there, these 30 to 40 people might swarm you again?
Like I said, knowing Tyler Rich and knowing the Shelton kids, no, I wasn't.
Well, Tyler Rich and the Shelton kids were the same ones that had just swarmed you only minutes before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now for some reason you thought that they wouldn't do that again?
Well, I thought because, that's all of us in a car. Me coming up alone, trying to talk to them would be a different situation.
Well, again, you weren't expecting to go back there alone. You got into the car, so you knew that Mr. Snyder was going to be in there with you, right?
I knew Mr. Snyder. I knew Snyder. I knew Valle was going to be in the car, but I knew myself was going to get out. I did not know Lito was going to get out.
You didn't expect if you were going to get out and go face 30 or 40 people that had just swarmed you, that Mr. Valle would get out of the car to be there with you?
I did not expect it.
I'll allow it.
I did not expect that.
But you told us you would expect him to help you if you were in a dangerous situation.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Why didn't you just walk back to the house?
Asked Jack to drive me.
I understand what you did. I asked, why didn't you just walk back to the house?
I don't know. I don't have a clear answer for that.
Well, you just told us that you were expecting to go up there and talk to them by yourself.
Yeah.
But you got into the car.
I did.
That Mr. Valle and Mr. Snyder were already in, according to you.
Correct.
And you told Mr. Snyder, take me back there.
Did.
When you got back to the house, or at some point before you got back to the house, You say you heard Mr. Valle say, "Jack, give me the knife."
Correct.
But you didn't see him give him the knife.
Did not.
And you didn't see the knife anytime thereafter.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with the knife in his hand opening the blade.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valle take the blade and flash it out the window.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything with the knife at any time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And you get out of the car once you got back there, right?
Correct.
And you start walking into the yard.
Correct.
It's your recollection that there was nobody in the yard when you pulled up?
Yes.
And you got out and you walked straight up into the yard, right?
Correct.
You said right in front of the mailbox?
Yes, I walked almost like a straight shoot up.
And you were just a little past the grass and onto the driveway?
Correct.
Where were you heading?
I was heading to talk to someone. So I was greeted.
You were going to go knock on the front door?
No.
Were you by the cars that were parked in the driveway?
Not that I could recall.
Do you remember any vehicles being along the sides of the road?
Not that I can recall.
He's got a foggy memory of details, everything everyone else remembers.
At some point, you realized that Mr. Valle was also out of the car with you, right?
Correct.
You turned to him, you said, "Mr. Valle, go get back in the car," right?
No, I actually did not say that.
Well, you didn't say, what are you doing? Get out of here. You're going to cause a problem.
I said, what are you doing?
Oh, you did? You said, what are you doing?
Yes.
Did you tell that to the cops when you spoke to them?
Did.
What was his reaction when you said, what are you doing?
He just didn't say anything back.
They didn't pull the knife out and say, well, I'm here to kill somebody.
He did not.
An object based on that call.
All right.
You didn't turn around and get back in the car because now your plan that you told us about had changed, because now it wasn't just you out of the car.
Correct.
Well, why didn't you just go get back in the car at that point? Your plan had changed.
So in the moment, I didn't think of it. I kept walking. My plan was to talk to Tyler Rich.
Because it didn't surprise you that Mr. Valle was out of the car with you when you were going to do this, right?
It did, but I didn't think anything too heavy about it.
You knew this was a dangerous situation that you were walking into, right?
At the time, the way I felt, I didn't think it was going to be dangerous just because I thought it was just me walking up, talking to kids that I know and they know me and my family.
You thought those 30 or 40 kids that had surrounded the vehicle and knew you and your family and were jumping on it and smashed the windshield were now going to be happy to see you.
I wouldn't say happy.
He thinks those 30 kids were strong.
Your expectation was that you would be greeted peacefully?
Yeah.
You knew some of the kids there at that party, correct?
Yeah.
How many?
I don't know.
And by your own account, Mr. Valle didn't know any of those kids, right?
My knowledge, no.
And you said seeing him coming up was not smart.
No, I don't think so.
But you walking up, that was smart.
My head, yes, it was.
And you described Mr. Valle as being upset and angry at that point.
I did, correct.
And that was based on his face?
It was based on, before we went down, his words of the car.
Okay. So when you got out of the car and he was following you up, how close to you was he?
7 to 8 feet to my right.
To your right and behind you?
I would say a little bit behind.
So you had your back.
You were leading the way.
I was, but he was at 6 to 7 feet to the right, and maybe a little bit behind.
And watching your back.
You'd say that.
That's important. Defense of others.
At that point, he wasn't doing anything like squaring up with anybody.
No.
He wasn't flashing a knife at anybody.
Nope.
Didn't have his hands in his pockets.
Nope.
Didn't have his shirt pulled up over his head.
Nope.
And you heard somebody yell, "They're back."
Correct.
And you told us you thought you were going to go talk to Tyler Rich about the damages to Mr. Snyder's car.
Basically, yeah, about the whole situation.
And you thought Mr. Rich was going to want to talk about the damages to the vehicle.
I thought he would hear me out.
You expected him to want to have a conversation about the damages to your car.
What do you expect? Is that called for speculation?
You know, it's what he expected, his reason for going. I'll allow that.
Say the question again?
Sure. You expected Mr. Rich was going to want to talk to you about the damages to the vehicle.
I did at the time.
And after you heard their back, you told us you were confronted by a large individual that was screaming at you, right?
Correct.
Was that Tyler Rich?
No.
Did you know who it was?
I did not.
He was not alone, though, was he?
No.
Shortly thereafter, the 30 to 40 people swarmed out again, right?
Correct.
Looked like the whole house was pouring out from that backside, right?
Correct.
You were scared at that point, weren't you?
I was.
Not because of anything Mr. Valle was doing at that point, was it?
Correct.
Because of what you had just walked into, fair to say?
Correct.
At that point, were you terrified?
Correct.
You didn't know if any of those people had weapons, did you?
I did not.
You saw somebody throw things at you while you were down there at the end of 40, easy for me to say, 36 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Objection.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, but you saw it on the video, right?
Sustaining the objection, I'm motioning, I'm going to instruct the jury to strike with the witness's answer. And when there's an objection pending, let's please pause. Thank you.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle get sprayed in the face with WD-40 or PB blaster?
I did not.
At the point when the large individual is screaming at you, 30 to 40 people come out and they start to surround you and Mr. Valle, correct? Correct. You notice people on all sides of you, right?
Correct.
In fact, how many people were in front of you?
I don't know the exact head count, but I would say around 10.
And were those 10 all just in front of you talking peacefully?
No one was talking peacefully.
And they weren't just in front of you, right? They were surrounding you?
Correct.
Cutting off your exit?
Objection.
You could say that.
You felt like you were being enclosed?
You could say that.
Didn't have a car around you now, did you?
I did not.
Did you think you were going to get beaten up?
Wasn't me.
Yeah.
Did it cross your mind that you might die?
It's
No.
a long pause.
How badly did you think you might get beaten up?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How badly did you think you might get beaten up?
Objection. That calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. It's what he was thinking.
I mean, when shit hits the fan like that so quickly, there's only a certain amount of time to think. I could say, yeah, I was like, I'm going to get my ass beat.
You didn't know if you're going to live through that, right?
Objection. Ask an answer.
And you only get one shot at a question here.
And pretty soon you had confirmation that your idea that Tyler Rich might want to peacefully talk with you was wrong, right?
Yes, correct.
Tyler Rich was screaming to you, get the fuck off my property or I will fuck you up.
Correct.
He had 9 other people that you could see supporting him, right?
Correct.
And you turned around and you ran back to the car, right?
No.
Why not?
Just wasn't how it's going to work. There's people behind me, people in front of me. It was chaotic. He's screaming that. I'm screaming at him to just let me talk to him.
So you couldn't.
And then it all happened so fast before you knew it. Vito gets punched to the right of me. I get hit from the back of my head.
You were screaming at him, just let me talk to you?
On those lines.
You were pleading with him. Just let me talk to you. Just let me talk to you.
On those lines.
Our families know each other. I know you cousins.
On those lines.
You're trying to talk your way out of that situation, right?
On those lines, yeah.
Trying to use your words to save your life.
Objection. That's the characterization.
Sustained.
Did you think you might die at that point?
Objection asked and answered.
What was your state of mind at that point?
Slide or fight.
Slide or fight?
To save your life?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Defense needs to argue this sidebar.
Sir, at any point did it cross your mind that your life was in danger?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Darren, may we approach?
Thank you. Yes, defense needs to argue this. You're asking about his mental state at a certain point. And now we get to see the printer. His mental state at a certain point. Walking up, saying, "Did you feel like your life was in danger?" No, I didn't. Now, after he's been confronted, people saying, "Hey, we're going to beat you. We've got 10 guys here." He should be able to ask that question again and say, "Now, how did you feel?" And instead, prosecution saying asked or answered. Prosecution is fighting this because...
And you told us things were happening so fast, right?
Correct.
Your pleading with Mr. Rich did not in any way calm the situation, right?
Not even close.
And then Mr. Valle got punched in the face, right?
Correct.
Chaos ensues.
Correct.
You're down on the ground, face first in the dirt, right?
That's what I remembered.
Getting punched and kicked by you don't know who.
No idea.
At that point, did you think you might die?
Objection asked and answered.
He allows it.
I don't know, to be honest.
You didn't know if you were going to live.
Objection asked and answered.
I just didn't know what was going to happen. Or if I was going to get out of that, or I was going to get knocked out, and God knows what else.
That's what they need.
God knows what else.
That's what defense
You didn't,
needed.
right?
No.
Had you ever been in a situation like that before?
Never.
Never in your 17 years to that point?
Never.
Now defense has a shot.
Before Mr. Valle got punched, how far away from you was he?
6, 7 feet, 8 feet.
Close enough that you could reach out and touch him?
No.
Were you
the
worried
deep
about what
end.
was going to happen to Mr. Valle?
Welcome. Thanks for the raid.
A little bit.
How many people were facing Mr. Valle?
Don't know the head count, but probably another 10.
At least?
At least, yeah.
Surrounding him as well?
Correct.
Retreat. Defense has nailed this one.
You didn't see Mr. Valle take a swing at anybody?
I did not, because when I saw him get punched, before I knew it, I got punched from the back of my head.
You saw him punched. Crowd swarmed him, did they not?
Kinda, yeah.
He went down to the ground?
That's what I saw.
Because you were down on the ground?
Correct.
Face in the dirt?
Correct.
Couldn't tell who was punching you?
Objection, this is asked and answered.
You got punched in the back of your head?
Correct.
How many times?
I have no idea.
Did you lose consciousness?
No.
And you told us that you were familiar with Mr. McGrath because you grew up playing lacrosse with him.
Correct.
But you didn't see him there that night.
I did not.
You weren't watching to see what he was doing that evening. Is that fair to say?
It's fair.
You did see him in the video that was played for you?
Did see him.
You told us after you fell, it was so chaotic and you were getting kicked and punched on all different sides. Remember that?
Correct.
And you told us you thought maybe that went on for 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking now, right?
Correct.
At the time, it didn't feel like that, did it?
Probably not.
Felt like an eternity, right?
You could say that.
You didn't know if that was going to end at all, did you?
Yeah.
You didn't hear, okay, just a few more and then we're going to let you up.
No, I did not.
You couldn't see Mr. Valle.
No.
You told us you remember being on the ground and then getting shoved into the street, right?
Almost like people backed off of me. I stumbled into the street, yes.
People backed off of you?
Like a release, because before it was like I couldn't even get up if I wanted to.
Did you watch that video and see yourself getting shoved into the street by Jacob Villalobos?
Did see that, yes.
Didn't look like he was just letting you up, did it?
No.
Did you know Jacob Villalobos?
I did not.
Shelton High, did they ever play St. Joe's in football?
They did not.
Did you know that any of these kids were members of the Shelton High football team?
I did not.
And then you said you turned around and it was just a big wall of kids.
Correct.
Could you see Mr. Valle at that point?
Couldn't.
A wall was blocking you from seeing Mr. Valle.
You'd say that, yeah.
And you turned around and you were screaming at them, you said?
I was, yes.
Did you see yourself screaming at them in that video?
Did.
After you got shoved into the street?
Yes.
You said you looked to your left and you saw Jack Snyder's car pulling away.
Correct.
Were you scared at that point?
I was.
Thought you were going to be left there with those kids, right?
Correct.
And you were terrified that you were being abandoned by Mr. Snyder.
Correct.
And ultimately you said you ran to the car and got into the car, correct?
Correct.
You said Mr. Valle was already in the car before you?
Was.
Did you see him run past you?
Did not.
Which side did you get in?
I remember is I got in the left back side, back seats.
Behind the driver?
Yes.
And Mr. Snyder was still driving the car when you got in?
Was.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with a knife at that point?
I did not.
You said Mr. Valle takes off, he makes a left turn, slams on the brakes, and you almost hit your head?
Correct.
On the glove box or the dash in front of you?
Seat in front of me.
The seat in front of you. Okay, right, because you're no longer in the front passenger side, now you're behind the driver.
Correct.
And that you looked up after that quick stop and you saw Mr. Valle getting back into the car.
Correct.
How long did that take?
1-2 seconds.
Were the windows up or down in the car?
I have no idea.
But you remember Mr. Valle saying, go, go, go?
Correct.
You go past the house back to where everybody had been left.
Correct.
And that's when you saw Mr. Valle get out of the vehicle.
Yes, he said, stop, stop, stop. Exited the vehicle and turned back around to me and Jack. Said, love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie.
And at that point, you did get out of the car and got to the front passenger seat.
Got back in his seat, yes.
Then there must have been a sense of relief on your part?
Not really.
No, because you still didn't know where you were, right?
Did not.
It was dark outside.
Correct.
You just had this terrifying experience.
Correct.
You told us that you were injured.
Correct.
You were in pain?
I wouldn't say too much just because of how much adrenaline that was running through my body.
Okay. And car takes off and drives. You got to a dead end.
That's correct.
And at that point, again, you didn't know where you were, right?
Correct.
Were you worried that these kids might come and find you?
Not that I remember.
Your reaction at that point was, where are we, you said, right?
Correct.
So you were scared about being lost in a place that you had no idea where to get out.
All that chaos, yes.
Why didn't you just get out of the car at that point and say, Jack, I'm done with this?
Why, you want me to just sit there in the road by myself?
What might happen if you did?
I don't know.
You were yelling at Jack from the moment you got into that car about why did he abandon you, right?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to go down to that house alone. You didn't want him to abandon you there, right?
No, Jack, this has been asked.
Sustained.
You said you were angry and mad, correct? Yes.
Correct.
At that point?
Correct, yeah.
As mad as you claim Mr. Valle had been before he got into that vehicle?
I wouldn't say so.
Not that mad?
No.
You were calm, cool, and collected?
No.
Just not as mad as Mr. Valle?
Yeah.
And along the way, you decided to call your cousin Owen, right?
Correct.
And you say at that point you learned that this was more serious than you thought it had been, correct?
Correct.
You still wanted payback though, right?
Correct.
So you were angry, right?
Correct.
Just not as angry as you claim Mr. Valle was.
Correct.
So when you want payback, you're only kind of angry?
Sustained.
Judge doesn't even look up. She's like, yep, that was.
At that point, you told Jack Snyder to go home, right?
I'll go back to my house, yes.
And you ate and you went to your room, right?
Correct.
And you claimed that you called Mr. Valle and you confronted him. And you asked him, did you stab these kids?
Correct.
And all he said to you was, I fucked up, bro. Sorry.
I fucked up. Sorry.
And then he hung up? Or you
I
hung up?
remember, yes.
Did he say it like that? Just, I fucked up, bro. Sorry.
My memory, I mean, I fucked up, bro. Sorry was more, how do you say it, meaningful sorry. It wasn't like a no emotion sorry.
So he didn't say, yeah, that's right. I stabbed those 4 kids.
Did not say that.
And then you called the cops, right?
Eventually later that night, after I found out through my brother who called me, when I learned the severity of how someone had passed away, I woke up my parents, called the cops.
You called the cops?
Called the cops. Called my attorney.
Call who?
My attorney.
Why didn't you call the cops?
Under advice of people around me.
You were scared to call the cops?
Since I knowing me and I was evolved, just under the advice of people around me, told me to contact.
You weren't going to talk to the cops until you got them to agree not to prosecute you, right?
I'm object.
You didn't call. You didn't talk to the cops until December 6th of 2022.
Correct.
Almost 7 months after this went down.
Correct.
After you'd gotten your immunity agreement.
Correct.
Not once before.
No.
In fact, you didn't call the cops. You went to Vermont, right?
That's correct.
You left the state.
And then on the way home, you were feeling ill, right?
It's the way up.
On the way up?
Correct.
Okay. And you were feeling ill?
Very.
From the injuries that you had gotten during the fight?
Correct.
And you went in and you sought some medical treatment?
That's correct.
And you told us that you had a concussion, multiple contusions and bruises all over your body, right?
Correct.
The doctor looked at you and said, what is going on here? And you said, oh, I got into a fight, right?
Correct.
And that doctor told you.
That's what the doctor said.
Yeah.
Hearsay.
Your Honor, he testified to this on direct.
If you want to explore the actual statement, you can explore the actual statement. Please make sure you don't mischaracterize the statement that was made. Thank you.
You told us, the doctor told you, this is no basic fight.
Correct.
When the doctor swore, right? The doctor dropped the bomb.
From roughly May 15th until, on roughly May 15th, you learned that somebody had died in this fight that you'd been involved with.
Correct.
And you waited 7 months before you talked about it.
No advice of my attorney, yes.
Because you were worried you might get arrested and prosecuted for this.
Say that.
And your expectation is that by coming in here and testifying to us today, that you're not going to get prosecuted for anything, right?
Correct.
Have you talked with Jack Snyder since this happened?
We have, yeah. We're friends.
You and Jack remain friends, right?
Correct.
In fact, you've talked about this very incident together, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever gone back to the scene?
No.
Prior to coming in here and testifying today, how many times have you watched those videos that you watched with us today?
Two times, 2 to 3 times.
That's it?
I want to say, yeah.
How many times have you reviewed the police reports of your statements?
Are you saying the interview video?
Well, okay, tell me about that. You watched your own interview video?
I have.
How many times you watch that?
3 times.
3 times?
He has to get it right.
3 times you watched a video of yourself giving a statement on December 6th?
Correct.
Why'd you have to watch it 3 times?
Because we're 3 years now from that moment. And I still live my life, do my things, and I've been trying to put this in the past. So I have to watch that video and remember what my statement was.
Well, you don't want to come in and deviate from that at all, do you?
Lastly, let the witness answer the question.
Allow the witness to ask the question. Thank you.
Saying, I have to watch it. I remember stuff, but I might forget little, key couple stuffs. I just have to, memorize my memory of. People don't always remember things 3 years later.
I said memorize.
Hard to tell the same story twice.
I wouldn't say that.
Not if you watch a video of yourself doing it 3 times.
It's always not going to be perfect, but everything will be around the same. As long as you're telling the truth.
When was the last time you watched that video?
Today is Friday.
Today is Friday.
Tuesday.
3 days ago, you watched the video of yourself giving your statement?
Correct.
From beginning to end?
Correct.
Did you pause it?
Yes.
Go back over it a few times in certain spots?
Not really.
Didn't want to deviate from it, did you?
I just really wanted to watch it and revamp my memory.
Well, that original statement was what you recalled at the time 3 years ago, right?
Correct.
And so now you've watched it 3 times as recently as Tuesday in order to come in today and testify under this immunity agreement.
No objection.
Nothing further. Thank you.
That was a solid finish from defense. Good lawyering there.
Any redraw?
He drinks his victory chug. His sparkling
Jack,
soda.
counsel just asked you about the moments at the end of the fight when you get pushed out into the road. And I think you said during your testimony it was about 5, 6, 7 seconds at that time. What are you doing at that moment when you're pushed out into the road?
I'm looking back at a big crowd of people in chaos screaming towards my way.
Are they advancing towards you?
Yeah.
Are you advancing towards them? Is the fight over at that point?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the fight was over then?
That was asked and
Yeah,
answered.
the fight was over.
And
What the heck?
counsel asked you a little bit about
You just asked the question again and got
at
it.
some point.
That was terrible.
State's Exhibit 69. Towards the end of that video, fair enough to say? This is what you're talking about?
Correct.
Shortly after the end of this video,
A few seconds go by and you look to your left.
The car is moving.
And the car's moving, right? All right. So when you get in the car, shortly after this video ends, when you get in the car, counsel indicated you got in the back driver's side.
Absolutely.
Who's in the car when you get back in the car?
Defendant and Jack Schneider.
So the defendant was already in the car when you got back. Correct.
This helps the
further
defense.
questions.
Anything on that limited cross to redirect? Excuse me.
That means we're seeing
Just told
Jimmy
the
after
state's
he's been
attorney
stabbed.
that at that point the fight was over, right?
Right.
Because that big crowd of people said, "Fight's over."
objections with the front.
In that picture, sir, what are you doing with your hands?
Holding them up like that.
Hitching up your pants, right? Hitching up your pants because you're not sure what's going to happen with that crowd of people, right?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
You could say that.
Your expectation at that point was these folks might still be coming at me, right?
Right.
You couldn't see Mr. Valle at that point?
No.
Because the people were still surrounding Mr. Valle, right?
I've seen.
Not that you saw. Did those people just disappear?
No. They were there, but I didn't see any fighting going on.
But you're hitching up because you don't know what's going to happen, right? But the fight was over?
My opinion, yes, it was.
Did you feel safe right there?
After what just happened, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing further.
All right. Here's one. So that's it.
Do we have any other witnesses? Or more direct? Nope. Quick sidebar. Okay, let me get something straight. I'm not a proponent of any of the behavior that happened that's been described in this, from the drinking to the fighting to the driving drunk. All of it is terrible.
State prepared to call the steps witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state called Mackenzie Traffic County to the stand, please.
Mackenzie, ex-girlfriend, testifying for the state. This, I think for sure, defense is going to get out here that Mackenzie was not there to fight and that she was terrified. I can see why the state wants to call these witnesses, but I think they're helping the defense more than they're helping the prosecution.
Please come on up into the witness box. Kindly remain standing. Focus on the pitch under to your right over here. If you just pay attention.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Mackenzie Trafficante.
And just your town, the town you're in.
Okay, there we go.
Hi, Mackenzie.
She didn't spell anything.
How you doing today? I'm okay. Okay.
She's
So
nervous.
I'm gonna have you take a couple deep breaths, okay? If you want a drink of water, you can do that before we start. It's really difficult to hear in this courtroom, so I'm gonna have you just speak as loud as you can. Keep your voice up as much as you can, okay? And that microphone does amplify slightly, so if you can speak closer to that, that'd be great, okay? Okay. So Mackenzie, how are you feeling today? Anxious a little bit, just being in the room, obviously. A little emotional, but I know I'll be okay.
So a little bit nervous?
Yes.
If you need to stop at any point, just let us know, okay? Mackenzie, I'm going to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Do you remember that day and why?
That was an awful day. One of my good friend's younger brothers died that day.
Previous to today, do you recall meeting with me, Mackenzie?
Yes.
Okay, and why do we meet?
We met to prep me for the trial as a witness.
And are you prepared to testify today?
Yes.
How old are you, Mackenzie?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you have a nickname? Do people call you something other than Mackenzie?
Not really. Mainly by my full name, Mackenzie.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I go to Fairfield University.
And what year are you?
I'm a rising senior.
And what is your major?
Finance and accounting.
You're home for the summer. What are you doing for the summertime?
Working.
In your area, your field?
Yes.
And other than when you're in school, you indicated that you live in Shelton?
Yes.
And who do you live in Shelton with?
I live with my family, my 4 older sisters and my mom and dad.
Did you attend Shelton schools growing up in Shelton?
Yes.
All schools, including high school, or did you attend a different high school than a Shelton high school?
So up until high school, and then I attended St. Joseph High School in Trumbull.
And you indicated St. Joe's is located in Trumbull, Connecticut?
Yes.
And what year did you graduate St. Joe's?
2022.
Did you play any sports at St. Joe's or do any activities?
I was a cheerleader and a lacrosse player.
I'm going to direct your attention to the year of 2022. Were you a student at St. Joseph High School at that time?
Yes.
And what year were you?
I was a senior.
In May of 2022, were you dating anyone?
Yes.
And who were you dating?
Valle.
Does Lido go by a different name?
Raul.
But you would refer to him as Lido?
Yes.
She's not looking at him.
How long did you and Lido date?
3 months at the end of the year.
And what year was Lido in school when you were dating him?
Junior.
Mackenzie, do you happen to see Lido here today in the courtroom?
Yes.
If you can please just point him out and describe what he's wearing.
He's wearing a black suit. Tie.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, the witness is identifying the defendant in court.
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle. Thank you.
Mackenzie, was it really difficult for you to just do that?
Yes.
This is the first time you've seen Lido since the date of incident?
Mm-hmm.
That's how they broke up.
Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to refer to Lido as the defendant moving forward, or Lido. I'm going to be going back and forth just so you're aware, okay? But I'm talking about the same person. How did you and the defendant meet?
We went to the same high school. I met him that year, my senior year.
And were you in the same friend group as Lido?
He was a grade below me, but mutual friends, I guess, yeah.
And I'm going to direct your attention back to May of 2022. What occurred on May 13th of 2022?
I had my senior prom.
And did you attend the prom?
Yes.
And who did you go with?
Leo.
And after the prom, did you do anything with your friends?
The night of the prom, there was a arcade thing that we went to. The next day, a bunch of my friends went up to a prom house, which they rented a house in either New York or Vermont. I wanted to go, but my parents didn't want me to go because they didn't think it was safe. So they kept me home that next night.
So it's fair to say you did not attend that prom house in upstate New York with your friends?
Yes.
You stayed in the area of Shelton?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next day, May 14th of 2022.
Nothing good happened
What,
at the
if
prom
anything,
house.
did you and the defendant do during the daytime hours?
We went to the beach.
And approximately how long were you at the beach on May 14th of 2022?
Maybe a couple hours. Sorry.
At some point later on in that evening, did you go back to the defendant's house?
Yeah, briefly.
And did you do something later on that evening with the defendant?
There was a party going on at a friend of mine's house. Her name is Madigan Lifer. And I guess she was having a party, so we planned to go there.
And you indicated you were friends with Madigan Lifer?
Yes.
How were you friends with her?
She grew up with me. She was from Shelton. We went to school together. She went to my high school. My dad coached her in lacrosse as well.
Was she on the lacrosse team as well with you?
Yes.
Now, were you personally invited to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
I had just heard through other people, so I've been there a ton of times, so I knew that I was welcome.
Do you know what kind of a party? What was the occasion for the party?
I think it was mainly juniors who attended the party because her brother was a junior, Austin Leifer. I think he invited his football friends, some girls in their grade, and I think Maddie also had a couple girls in her grade who came.
Now you say Maddie. Is that Madigan Lifer? Maddie short for Madigan?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what was the address of the house of Madigan Lifer?
I know she lives on Lazy Brook. I don't know what the actual number is.
It's 5.
Now, prior to leaving to go to the party, do you recall what clothes the defendant put on before he left?
I remember he was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt. It was blue.
Dark blue, light blue?
Yeah, light blue.
And how did you get to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
That night, Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva picked us up and drove us to the party.
And when you say Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva, who came to pick you up? Who drove?
Jack Snyder picked us up in his car and drove us.
And to your knowledge, what type of a car did Jack Snyder drive? Or what type of what car did he pick you up in that night?
A lame one.
I don't know the car type. It looked a little bit bigger. It wasn't like a tiny vehicle, but I'm not sure what type of car.
Looked like his mom's Honda Pilot.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's been admitted to evidence, states 30.
I'm jealous. I want a Honda Pilot.
Does this look like the vehicle that Jack Snyder picked you up in that night? You can recall?
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, when Jack came to pick you up, who else was in the vehicle at that point?
Tyler De Silva.
And had you been in this Honda Pilot prior to you getting into it that night?
No.
Now, are you familiar with either Jack Snyder or Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
They also went to my high school. They were on the football team, and I was a cheerleader.
So is it fair to say you, on occasion, hung out with them?
On occasion, they were in the grade below me, so if there was maybe a combined get-together or party that they would be at, that would probably be the main time I would see them.
And to your knowledge, were the defendant Tyler and Jack friends with the lifers?
Yes, they were friends with the younger brother, Austin, who was on their football team.
To your knowledge, do you know if Jack, Tyler, and the defendant were invited to the lifers' party?
I believe so, yeah.
Prior to arriving at Lazy Brook, Madigan Lifers, and Austin Lifers' house, did Jack drive anywhere else?
I remember stopping to get alcohol somewhere. I didn't get out of the car, and it was dark, so I'm not sure where we had stopped, but it was brief.
Now, when you say stopping somewhere, was that at a liquor store? Were you able, do you have a recollection of it being a store? You can explain.
Either a store or a gas station, maybe.
And you indicated you did not get out of the car. Who got out of the car to get that alcohol?
I don't remember who exactly, but someone must have.
And to your knowledge, what type of alcohol was purchased?
Bud.
Not sure.
Bud.
Do you recall seeing the alcohol when the person who went to the store or the establishment to get it came back out?
I don't remember like any specific type or seeing it. They got it, but
pink and blue.
I don't remember.
So you don't recall the color of the alcohol either then?
No.
Now, after getting the alcohol, where did Jack drive to?
We drove to Lazy Brook.
The Lifers' house?
Yes.
And either on the way to the party or even prior to the party, getting to the party, had you been drinking any alcohol?
I might have had a sip or two in the car, but not really.
Open container.
So if you had a sip or two in the car, do you recall what you were drinking?
No, maybe a seltzer or something around those lines.
Do you recall seeing if anyone else in the vehicle was drinking? Either you, either the defendant, or Jack, or De Silva?
No, I don't recall.
And once you got to Lazy Brook, where did you go? How did you get into the house? How did you get into the party?
We went through the basement door. Madigan had parties in the past. I've been to her house a ton of times. So normally we would just go through the basement door. The garage door, and then we'd be in the basement.
So the party was in the basement?
Yes.
And when you got to the party, approximately how many people did you see down in the basement?
I would say 40. That's a good number, I guess. 40, 50.
Did you recognize most of the individuals down in the basement?
40 or 50.
Yes.
Would you say most, if not all of them, were St. Joe students?
Yes.
And when you got there, who did you hang out with?
So since there was a ton of underclassmen at the party, who I wasn't, super, super friendly with everybody. I just knew them, knew their faces. There was one girl that I was hanging out with majority of the party who was a senior. She was friends with Madigan.
Do you recall her name?
Sydney.
And did you hang out with Lito at all?
Throughout the party, I didn't see him at all, really.
To your recollection, do you know who the defendant was hanging out with?
I think majority of the party, he was with some of the football guys and some of his closer friends.
And did you observe people drinking at the party?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of alcohol they were drinking?
A mixture of probably vodka and beer, maybe.
Do you recall anyone playing games at the party?
I don't recall, no.
Now, you indicated that you had, well, with Sean, you indicated in the car ride you might have had a sip of some alcohol.
79.
At the party, did you drink anything?
I had vodka at the party. I think someone had provided me with. I'm not sure who.
And do you recall if it was it a sip of vodka? Was it a cup of vodka? Was it vodka mixed with something else? And how many drinks would you say you had?
I probably took a couple shots that night. Nothing crazy.
When you say nothing crazy, nothing to the point where you felt intoxicated, where you couldn't stand, or you were vomiting, or you couldn't recall?
Yeah, none of that.
So a few sips followed by a couple shots.
To your knowledge, was Lito drinking at the party?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
I just remember seeing many people at the party drinking. I think he was one of them.
Because at some point, to your knowledge, did individuals show up at the party who were not St. Joe students?
At the time, I wasn't aware of it. I think after that incident had happened, it was running around the party. There was like a rumor around the party that people had shown up.
So is it fair to say that you didn't see these individuals, you were not aware who these individuals were, and you didn't know what school they went to?
No, I didn't see any of them.
Did you learn at some point that something happened between these individuals that came to the party that were either uninvited and who weren't from St. Joe's?
When they had left, we had found out that someone had shown up because whoever was outside in the garage at that time. So I was in the basement. People were in the garage. They had come back in and kind of announced to the party that boys had shown up. And I think that maybe there was some type of connection between them. I wasn't sure what.
So is it fair to say you stayed in the basement for the majority of the party?
Yes.
You never witnessed any fight that occurred between the defendant, Tyler De Silva, or Jack Snyder with these individuals that came from a different high school?
Yeah, I didn't see any of that.
And at some point after you learned about this fight, did you observe the defendant and his friends?
I remember when some of the boys had rolled back into the house. They just seemed kind of drunk. And I did see them, yes, when they had come back in.
Kenzie, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 53.
What makes you think he was drunk? Could it be the teddy bear and the football or the motorcycle helmet?
I recognize both of those boys, yes.
Okay, and the individual who's in the light blue Ole Miss shirt, wearing the helmet and the pillow, who is that?
Lito.
And the individual who's wearing the red hoodie, who appears to be holding up a cell phone, who is that?
Jack Snyder.
Do you have a clear recollection of seeing these two boys that night appearing as such?
I remember them walking inside and looking like that, yes.
Do you know when that photograph was taken?
I believe this was after boys had shown up outside, because I think when they came back in, that's when word got around the party that people had shown up.
So it's your understanding that this photograph was taken after the fight occurred?
Yes.
Do you recall the defendant putting on this helmet and this pillow at any point at the party?
I don't remember. I think I just saw him wearing it.
Can somebody mention the bear?
Did you wonder why he was wearing it?
No, I thought maybe he was drunk. He just kind of looked stupid.
Ouch.
And that blue bottle that he has in his hand, do you recall seeing that either in the car on the way to the party? Do you recall taking a sip from that bottle? Do you recall seeing that bottle at all?
Maybe through the picture, but I don't remember specifically that he was drinking that, no.
Now, Mackenzie, did you stay at Madigan Leifer's house for the remainder of the night?
We did not.
And why not?
Basically, I think the party might have been getting too big. And at one point, Madigan's parents, or at least her mom, came downstairs and started telling everybody to leave. So I guess the whole party started just moving towards the driveway. People were trying to figure out rides home. People were getting into random cars.
Get into random cars. Just whose car is this? I don't know. Get in.
Yes.
And when you left the Leifer's house, did you have a ride anywhere? Did you know where you were going to go?
Yeah, I was under the impression that Jack Snyder was going to bring me home.
So at some point, did you get into Jack Snyder's car again?
Yes.
And in addition to yourself, who else got into Jack Snyder's car?
I don't recall everybody. I can definitely say, I think Lito, Tyler Da Silva, Keenan, Frazik, Dimitri. There might have been a couple other people, and those people I don't recall.
Now, you mentioned...
That's a good time.
Okay, I'll ask this final question. You mentioned the names Keenan, Frazik, Demetrius. I don't know if you said Will.
Will, yes, as well.
Are you familiar with those people?
I knew they went to my school. They were a grade below me. I wasn't super close with them, but I knew them, yeah.
Did you have a direct recollection of them getting into the vehicle,
Yes.
Jack Snyder's vehicle?
Yeah.
When you got into the vehicle, do you recall where everyone was sitting?
Tyler Da Silva was sitting in the passenger seat. Jack Snyder was driving. And then 4 of us were squeezed into the back seat, and there was maybe one person in the trunk. I just don't know which one was in the trunk.
Do you recall sitting on the defendant's lap at any point?
I think I was lapped up in the back, yeah.
Lapped up.
So we are going to move into our lunch recess.
I was lapped up.
In the recess room. Obviously, we'll be back at 2 your lunch. Continue to remember your conduct. Please keep your note on the seat, and we'll be back. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
We'll be back at 2. We get an hour lunch. Okay, let me stop and talk for a little bit, for just a second. Let me explain a few things. I was trying to say before they came back from the break that I do not support or condone any of the behavior that happened here in this incident. We've got underage youth partying unsupervised. I think that's a bad idea, not illegal. Underage drinking, illegal. Underage, falsifying IDs, buying beer, also illegal, bad. Driving drunk, bad. The fighting, probably not a good idea. All these things were bad. I'm not saying any of it is right. But the jury has to look at this and look at specifically the actions of one person in one light and one light only, and that's the light of the law, the color of the law. What does the law say on this in Connecticut? And Connecticut law specifically, because we expect he's going to raise this self-defense claim, Connecticut law says a few things have to exist for this to be considered self-defense and for self-defense to be an effective defense against these charges, and it would be against all 4 charges. It could be against all 4 charges. It could be split, sort of like, I don't know, like Mew a little bit. But one of them is that in Connecticut, you're required to try to retreat. If you're able to try to retreat. We've had testimony now from 2 people who said they could not retreat. They were surrounded, they felt threatened, they were in fear for their life, and they could not retreat. That was very, very important for defense because that checks one of the boxes on this. Is it reasonable to use self-defense? So he could not retreat, and then you've got was the amount of deadly force used reasonable as well? Because it happened so quick, and it stopped the fight, I think defense might be able to make that argument. There's a possibility the defense can make that argument, and I'm not hoping that Raul goes free. He stabbed 4 people. Okay, I'm not on his side saying go Raul, way to go. You did the right thing. I think there's a litany of wrong decisions that led to this point. But it feels so slimy the way the state has given 2 people who, in my opinion, share a great deal of the burden for this entire thing, giving them a get out of jail free card, and give them $200 and pass go, and off you go, when they're throwing the book at the third. Add to that the testimony we got from a lot of the individuals who were at the party at 43. What was I keep wanting to say 34 Fairview. That was different party. Let's see. 5 Lazyrbrook, then went to Trumbull. I can't remember the other address. 43 Lauren Glen. Okay, 43 Lauren Glen. So many of those people, when they testified, remember how every single one started defaulting to, I don't recall, especially on cross-examination. They remember very specific things, almost like their story was all got together, and they recall it from whatever they saw in the video. I just don't know what I can believe and what they're hiding, because it does seem like some of them are hiding something, and some have even come out and said, I won't say anything to get my friends in trouble. I'm going to protect my friends. And it makes me question some of the evidence in that front. I think there's room for reasonable doubt here. And the tragic thing at the end of the day is we can't bring Jimmy McGrath back. You can't unstab the 3 people who, have either psychological or physical ailments that continue, going on because of this. But I do see a path forward on this for an outcome that's different than guilty as charged with maximum sentence for Raul. But I sure hope, man, if no matter what happens, please, can we learn from this? Can we make some changes? Can we as parents make some changes? Can youth? I'd love to hear youth be able to hear this story when they're in high school. Talk to somebody who's just a couple years older than them who went through this. I mean, I'd love to see Raul and Jack Snyder and everybody out on a speaking tour. They're sharing all right now with the immunity deal. To what? So they can just climb up. They've got 1 day of hell on the stand, and then it's all behind you. You're done. Don't have to worry about it anymore. I can't. I don't feel good about those deals. I don't. It seems like they picked who they wanted to get, and 2 others that are, and there's some other people. I'm sure there's some parents that are probably being charged. There's some other people who might have faced charges as juveniles that we don't know, that might be sealed. And I'm sure there's a stack of civil lawsuits going every which way in this one as well. But anyway, the similarities between the Apple River trial are amazing, even down to the weapon, the speed of the fight, throwing the knife afterwards. It is scary how similar it is. Mr. Mew was an adult. There's that. He was an adult, which I think makes it a little bit different. But yeah, very sad all the way. With that said, we get an hour for lunch today, and I am really trying to finish this bathroom. I promised my wife that it would be done by the weekend. The floor. So I'm going to work on the floor during lunch. I've got to the point where it's easy. Just cut it and lay it down. Cut it, lay it down. So, yeah. Crazy. It's sad. It's a sad case all the way around. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live. We'll be live in 1 hour. Well, they're coming back at 2, so we're going to be in here about 45 minutes. I don't think I can finish the bathroom in 45 minutes, but I can get most of the way there. Y'all have an absolutely wonderful lunch. Oh, I'll portal us over as well, so you don't miss a thing. Just 1 second. Give me a minute to schedule this. new thumbnails up. I'm building the portal as we speak. Hopefully this afternoon we'll have a few less bombs in it. Because, oh my goodness. We had quite a few of those, so. All right. Have a great lunch, you guys. We'll see you afterwards. Bye-bye.
Bigger than you. It's bigger than me.